Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the More Than Music event. And I hope everyone is having a great day. Yes, thank you so much, guys, for being here. And before we start, please don't forget to share this live stream to your friends and to your family. And I'm sure everyone will be enjoying their time today. So I am Andre Tabes. I'm your host from the Philippines. And today we will be learning a lot of stuff from our mentors from different parts of the world. And I'm sure everyone is so excited. And if you're excited, please drop down fire emojis in the chat, everyone. Yes. And I'm so excited to introduce our guests for today. So without further ado, let's introduce our first guest. So our first guest, he actually started strumming the guitar at the age of 9 and is currently playing his own written songs, across the country. He never stopped telling his story and he actually started a band, guys, called Mad Orange Fireworks. So I'm sure we'll all be mad today. And which plays a genre called orange rock, which has been invented by them itself. He took music as an outlet to tell his stories to the world and has successfully released two albums, you guys, called Lifeline Coast and Under the Orange Sky. And the band travels every 3 to 4 months and shares their music live on stage. And guys, a little fun fact, he's also a software engineer and he found it boring. So he made music instead for his career path. So with guys, without further ado, let's all welcome the on stage, the one and only Mr. Michael Diaz, everyone. Hello, Sir Michael. How are you doing? How is your day today?
Hi, Andre. I'm doing all right. Very happy to be here. Day's been pretty all right so far, so it's good. Thanks for having me, also, by the way.
That's
It's
great. It's a great pleasure to have you, sir. And before we dig into the interview, let's introduce our second guest. So we will not be having just one, but two great mentors today, guys. So for our second guest, she is a piano teacher and she's currently a professional classical pianist. She always made the notes. She was born and brought up in Belgium and she enjoyed playing the piano and made it into a passion soon after. She actually studied art academically and graduated with her master's in 2018 from the Institute of Music and Pedagogy and a bachelor's degree in music theory from Brussels Conservatory. And today, she has taken her passion and traveled the world to expand her horizons. She has embarked on a journey to enlighten young minds about playing the piano. And a fun fact, guys, she is actually a classical pianist but has also worked with few modern day musicians. Without further ado, let's all welcome the beautiful, the gorgeous Miss Clarissa Zaruk, everyone.
Hi everyone. Hi.
Hello. How are you today, ma'am?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to start
And
this amazing conversation.
oh my gosh, I'm so excited too. And I remember the first time, we met, ma'am. You told me not to call you ma'am because you're very young. Yeah, so guys, we'll be calling her Clarissa. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
you can
So,
call
oh
me
my
Sir.
gosh,
It's
guys.
okay.
These are our guests for today. So, before continuing on, kindly please introduce yourselves and give us little bit more of a background that I was not able to say. So, let's start with Sir Michael.
Okay. Okay. So I'm Michael. Um, I'm based in Cochin, in India. Um, been here like almost all my life. For the past 10, 12 years, I was based out of Bangalore, which is pretty much the music capital of India. All the cool stuff happens there. In fact, that's where I started getting into music as a career. Um,
Wow.
I've been playing the guitar since I was 9, like you said. So, and I'm 34 this year, so I've been playing for 25 years. That's actually a big proud thing I've achieved so far. I would say I'm 25 years of playing guitar and still a long way to go because I'm never happy with how far I've come along in terms of what I can do. But the past 12 years, I should say, has been music as a career. And Yeah, so Mad Orange Fireworks, like you said, is my band. Uh, it's songs I've written that I've found the right people to share it with, to play along with, and it's been a great journey so far. We've put out 2 albums, like you said. And also, I don't know if you mentioned this, but I teach a lot. Like teaching has always been uh, accompanying career on the side along with the band. So it's always been like a balance between teaching and performing,
Wow.
and yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, that is amazing. Thank you so much, Michael. How about you, Clarissa?
Hi everyone. Hi. I'm actually I echo with Michael on a lot of things. I think our journeys are quite different yet very similar. So I am a pianist. I studied in Belgium. I'm currently living in Dubai, and I actually started the piano around 10, 11. Uh, my parents actually bought a house and there was a piano in the house. So we're like, oh, well, they'll all learn piano. So that was quite good. We bought the piano with the house. And it was yeah, it was a passion, but it was always ups and downs and everything. But then I decided to really pursue it when I was 17, 18. I thought if I don't do it, I will just regret it. And what actually inspired me to become a pianist and to follow this passion was actually volunteering in the Philippines when I was around
Wow.
17, 18. I was working in just volunteering in a home for street children, and they had a piano there. So I taught there very briefly, but then I was just like, it was in those kind of periods also where I thought if I don't pursue this, I will regret it. And it's always been also a life balance between performing myself, working on my own skills, and also sharing that. I think with Michael is the same. It's that balance, that passion also I have for teaching and music, and I think one nourishes the other. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's that. I graduated 2018. So, and finding your way in the music world has been a bit of a struggle. And yeah, I love what you were saying, Michael. Like, you've been, practicing your skill for a quarter of a century. And I don't know if it's for you. Like, I graduated and like, oh, I have a master's degree. And I thought when I started studying, when I have a master's degree, I'll be at this level. I'll finally have made it. And I arrived there on my graduation. I'm like, crap, I still feel like a total beginner. I was like,
Yeah,
it really
I-
just never
I-
ends. So I think that's just for me. I think that's
it
something that
never ends.
sure.
Yeah, wow. That's really actually very amazing that you guys mentioned about balancing between education and your career. And for most people who are in the music industry, we get to see and realize that it's actually not easy. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of tears and blood. So with that, we keep on asking, like in your side, what were your realizations in the music industry when you were studying it, when you were on your career as well? So
Okay.
Michael?
Well, to start off, when you say music industry, there are different aspects of it, I guess. I mean, if you want to become like a music director and get into the whole film side of thing, that's one whole different ball game. You can be a sessions artist who gets working with all kinds of various people, recording artists. I and even the music education field on its own is another industry there. I think Clarissa would be able to explain more about that than me. But I think the side of the music industry that I would be most familiar with is the indie industry, the independent music scene in India. Now, when it comes to that, the first important thing you need to understand it's all very DIY, and right
Yeah.
from like making your music, putting it together, working it out with the band, and recording it, mixing, mastering, putting it out there, promoting, marketing. It's hell. There's a whole lot of things you got to figure out to to do that whole to do the whole thing on your own, and
Mhm.
there are a lot of challenges along the way, of course. um, And like any industry, I should say this industry is also, it can be a bit cutthroat at sometimes. You got to know how to make it work for yourself.
Yes.
And but at the same time, it's a lot of fun. I mean, at the end of the day, you're doing what you love, which by itself is so rewarding. And trying to follow your passion and let that lead you, there's a lot you can do with it. It's quite fun.
Wow, that is yeah. I really liked when you said, at the end of the day, it's all about doing what you love. No matter how hard the music industry is, at the end of the day, as long as you're doing what you love, all of those sad days and tiring days will all be worth it. Yes. So how about you, Miss Clarissa? What do you say about that? And what can you say about the realizations?
Realization about the music industry. Well, when I graduated, it was like, oh, there's a music industry that I still have to
Yeah.
like go into the when you're studying. It's all about the skill, and I think that's the one thing. Like you practice your art, you practice your skill. And for me, as a classical pianist, we don't have we didn't have a course on how to produce yourself, how to promote
Yeah.
yourself, that whole aspect. So I think my realization when I dove into it was like, oh, all that industry and that business aspect,
Yeah.
and all the other skills as well, like you were talking about, like music production, filming, recording bands. Classical pianist, I don't do that much, but I had to learn as well. Just all those aspects. And I think just there is, as a musician, you have that responsibility for yourself because no one's going to come up as well and give it to you. And it's one thing also, you need to develop that entrepreneurial mindset to look for the opportunities. Whether whether it's also as a teacher, it depends. I think also, yeah, in the independent uh, artist kind of mentality for me too. You're mostly on your own as a musician,
Wow.
I think. But
Yeah.
I think the key to really succeeding and also working is collaborating with the people also that have those skills and that can also support you. I think also you practice on your own, you write, you create on your own, but you never succeed. It's never just a one person thing. So it's finding the right people. Is,
Definitely.
I'm still learning and working on. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Sorry.
yes, Sir Michael.
No, I completely agree with you on the fact that it's about um, finding the right people to connect with and help
True.
support each other. Like
Mhm.
whether I mean, obviously, when it's like creating something, it stems out from one person, but then collaborating with somebody just brings in so many different ideas to it. I
Yeah.
think as a musician, your main only interest should be about developing your skill and constantly keep developing it. And yeah, just
Yeah,
take it
definitely.
along as it comes.
Yes, I totally agree with your sentiments about, music industry today is not just all about your talent, but also all about, networking, skills, it's a business. We come to realize after so many years that music is actually a business. So it's actually I have a little bit of a hard question for the both of you. Just imagine you have a child already. Okay, you have a child, and
Okay.
then the child wants to, be a very successful musician. Okay. So, will you tell your child to study an entrepreneurial course or a music course? Because we know that the music industry has already become all about business, all about networking, all about, marketing yourself. So, as a parent, will you still tell your child to study music as a course or go into the entrepreneurial course instead? Sir Michael, what can you say about it?
Well, I tell him to do whatever he wants to do.
Oh,
Like first of all, I mean, when it's a career in music, it's a very, like we said earlier, it's a very passion driven thing. I mean, you
mhm,
never getting into it trying to say, okay, I'm gonna make this my career and 5 years down the line I should be up here being able to live such a bling bling life like what you see about all these pop stars on TV. But
Mm,
the reality that I've faced is it's never like that. But
mm.
there's a lot of hard work, and I think the greatest reward I get out of it is just being able to do what I love, and
Oh, definitely.
being able to do that on a daily basis, and make a living doing it.
Definitely. That's amazing. How about you, Miss Clarissa?
I'm just gonna say I'm very grateful to be second because now I can think of what I'm gonna say. I'm like, oh, hold on.
Right? Okay, you should ask her the next question first. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
crap.
definitely. Ask your first next
The most
time.
spontaneous and nothing. Well, first of all, I think before I think about a child, I'm just thinking about myself.
Mm-mm.
I'm grateful I studied music
Mm,
professionally and started music because that was literally the hardest thing I had to do in my life.
mm,
I think that was really the biggest. It was quite a challenge. It helped me question a lot of things. Now the entrepreneurial journey, question what do you really need to make it as a musician. I agree with Michael in that sense. It's a passion driven thing. So
yeah.
the most important thing is that you keep that passion for music alive. If you know how to be, if you're a successful entrepreneur and you know how to produce music, make successes, but you're not fulfilled, then what's the point? You can might as well sell cars, you know?
Mm, right.
Um, it really depends what your child is passionate about. For me, I think that entrepreneurial aspect was not part of my curriculum. I'd have to say I wish it was, but actually, to be honest, it's my own curiosity, my own journey that kind of brought
Mm,
me to that realization. Actually, when I was like a teenager, like early 20s, I read this book called The Millionaire Course.
mm-mm.
And it was about this one guy who became a millionaire, but he was a musician and a
Wow.
music producer and stuff. And he was like, oh, you have to work on that business aspect, even if you're a musician, or find someone that will work with you and
Oh,
take care of that aspect. And I
yeah.
think that is important because as much as you can't eat your passion, so you love what you do, but being able to make a living out of it is a skill that either you can learn on your own, which can be hard, or even music can be a skill that you learn on your own. It is something that I think you need both of. You need both of. So if my kid is really very study avid, I'd say study both. You know, and
Yeah.
he has all the time in the world, or study both in your own ways. Like you don't need a degree, but for sure, like I echo Michael, let your passion, drive you
Yeah.
through the
Mm.
challenges. Because for me, to be honest, I lost my passion for all my studies
Oh,
when I thought like I'm going to become a professional and this is where I'm going to go and that's what we're going to take. And I mean, like I think you're probably the same. Like your passion is not always this high. Your doubts do creep in. The reality of the business and of your own like struggles shows up. So sometimes that passion goes up and down, but that you really still
Yeah.
have that drive to get through it. Yeah. And then I found my passion again. So I'm good. I'm good. But it's like up
well,
and
that's
down. So
amazing. Yeah. That's I mean, I really agree with the both with what you guys are saying, At the end of the day, as long as you still have that passion going, you'll figure things out along the way, right? That's what Miss Clarissa said, the curiosity. The curiosity that drives you to get to know things. So, speaking about passion, like um can you give us like how did you drive up your passion back up when it's really down? Okay, this time let's start with Miss Clarissa. Yeah, because you talked about passion having it a roller coaster ride going up and down. So how did you drive it up when it's on its lowest?
so I'd have to say when my passion was maybe at its highest was when I was a teenager, just before deciding, oh, I love piano. I'm seeing these people do this. I want to do this. I want to take it all the way. Then comes the reality of it, and then studying music classically. And I felt like putting so many hours of work doing everything and feeling like I wasn't making headway. And also, it
Mm-mm.
wasn't fulfilling me anymore. And I
Oh.
think for me, my struggle for that with classical music was that there's that industry, there are these expectations of what a classical musician should be, this and that and that. And I didn't find that fulfillment in that kind of thing. So actually, it's really, and it was a struggle for me to kind of complete this, like go all the way in my studies, because the more I progressed, the more work I would put in, and the more I felt like, oh, I'm not getting that fulfillment, and then feeling like, oh, I should get the recognition, but not something. So
Mm.
what really inspired me and rekindled my passion actually was this year, literally this year. So it was lots really emotional roller coasters, is really exploring different horizons. So I did like, when I arrived in Dubai, I arrived in 2019, and it was kind of like completely new. This is a whole new world, whole new thing. And I was like disillusioned with the classical scene. And here in Dubai, they don't have that classical scene that much. So I was like, okay, let's explore other things. So for me, I got into musical improv. So it has nothing to do with classical piano, but it was more like theater improv, where you actually improvise musicals and singing and stuff. And even was part of these jam communities here. And I was fortunate, we started a small band called Bandela Nefella. And for a classical pianist, like it was really hard because you're like, oh yeah, you just play the synth, it's the same thing. And I'm like, no, there are so many so so I think for me, exploring different things and finding joy as well in writing music, choosing the music that I want to play, and supporting also. I think I got more into the creative part, whereas in classical music, it's more like you're performing works of many dead people. But then I realized that the classical scene and that, you know, composers today are still alive. And what really brought meaning for me was also supporting other creators and music writers, also a few female composers as well, and slowly dipping back into writing my own music as well.
Wow, that's amazing. That's
Awesome.
amazing. Yes. How about you, Sir Michael?
So, when you're talking about finding ways to inspire yourself when you have that
Yes.
slump, like
Yeah.
for me, I feel like it's always up and down. It comes and goes. The the drive you have to push yourself in this scene. I mean, firstly, like as a kid, that's always what I've only wanted, like to just be a musician, to be a rock star, you know. Like
Yeah.
there's this very cool quote that I heard John Mayer say, which
Mm.
I totally relate with, where he talks about how as a kid growing up, he used to sit in his room with his guitar, close his eyes, and just imagine playing in front of like thousands of people on a stage.
Oh, wow.
And then nowadays, like when he's actually on stage in front of thousands of people, he closes his eyes and imagines himself sitting in his room by himself and playing.
Oh.
And I love that idea of it, you know. And I relate with it also, like to an extent. I've felt that as well. So like all my life, all only thing I wanted to do was music. And right as I finished my school, I told my folks, listen, ma, I want to do music. They're like, what? No, you can't do that, you have to get yourself a degree. And so I was like, okay, fine. And then I went and did my engineering, and I finished that. And I was like, okay, listen, now I want to do music. And they're like, no, but you got placed in this software company, you have to go work there now. How can you make a living doing this? So it's like, okay, fine, I'll do that. And that's when I had this opportunity to leave Cochin, which is home, and move to Bangalore, which is a faraway city, where I that place is got a great music scene where there's a lot of places to perform and a lot of uh, upcoming artists all supporting each other. So I was really lucky to have been put in that place in terms of with my software career, but I was able to pull that off for about a year. And
Wow.
before which I called up folks and said, listen, ma, now I'm done with this. I'm gonna actually jump into just doing music full time now. And and I have to say, like, making that jump honestly made me a lot more responsible for myself. Like, I had to take on
Mm.
that responsibility for myself. So at that point, the passion was really high up there. Like, I made sure, luckily I figured out a way to get into teaching music on the side, and that always helped pay the bills on one side while I was setting up this band, which was just starting off. And like I had songs that I'd written on my own from even before that, but I was just mostly like I spent about a year trying to find the right people to start this band of who I could connect with in a way that we share the same interests and connect with that same music and help create this thing that we want to do together. And soon as that happened, we started doing our own gigs, putting the band out there, making our own profile, reaching out to different pubs, mostly initially, then music festivals and the whole works. And yeah, after a point, like this drive, it keeps coming and going, but I find it very interesting to. There are different ways to reconnect with music that drives you even further. Like there are times when I feel like, oh my god, what is this stuff I've written? It sounds like shit to me. Like anything I've made is just rubbish. I don't want to play it anymore. And then I find ways to just dig into some artists that I really like listening to and just spend time only
Wow.
learning stuff for myself, and that inspires me. And there is another side of it where it comes to teaching, where I have to teach people stuff, and that is also quite inspiring. Like it takes you back to a lot of the basics you've learned, and it helps reinforce the basics in yourself. So
Yeah.
teaching has always been a great fun part of inspiring myself. And yeah, altogether, like you find ways to come back to it. Like after a point, I come back to a song I'd written previously. I go through it and I'm like, okay, maybe this isn't that bad, it's okay.
Yes. Wow,
That's
that's
up and down.
actually that's
Self-doubt musicians, yeah. That's
Yeah,
yeah.
that's something that we all go through for sure.
yeah.
Yes. And we won't let this day pass, without hearing you guys your special talents. And guys, actually the chat is open for questions. If you guys have any questions in our chat in the stream, you are free to drop any questions, and the team will look at if we're gonna ask the questions to our guests. Before we continue, okay, let's hear the special talents of our guests for today. Let's start with the one and only, the beautiful and the gorgeous Miss Clarissa. Let's bring it onto the stage. And before you perform, ma'am, can you please tell us a little bit something about what you're going to perform for us?
So it's kind of funny with this piece. So I'm going to play a piece called Sparks that I actually wrote last year. And I had forgotten I wrote it, like completely. And it's weird because I was reorganizing like most of my music sheets here in Dubai because I'm an expat. I can't bring like 20 books, so I have a lot on my tablet. And I was organizing. It's like, oh, Sparks, what piece is that? Who wrote that? And I opened like, oh, that was me, right? So I kind of rediscovered it this year, and I was like, okay, it's quite a short piece, but dedicated to my dad, and it's yeah. Hope you guys
Does that
enjoy.
happen often though, where you forget that you've written something?
I usually forget my half-written drafts. Like most of
Ah,
my pieces are all half-written drafts, but this one was it was a spur of the moment composition. I think I wrote it very fast in about 2 days or 3 days, and then I played it and I was happy. And then I put it aside, and then I was like, oh, and yeah. Or it was so funny because I forgot I had written it, and I was just like going through like, oh, Sparks, what piece is that? And I kind of started. I put my name on there, and I was like, okay.
oh,
So
nice.
yeah, so it's
Play
dedicated
it.
to.
Let's hear it.
Okay. Oh, there you go. You guys, if anyone wants finger action. I always forget. You need to turn your keyboard on, your piano on.
Wow, that is amazing. The people in the chat are going crazy, you guys. My gosh, that was amazing, Miss Clarissa. And before we go and dive into the performance of the very handsome Sir Michael, there's actually a question from the
Oh,
audience. Yes. So are you ready for that, Sir Michael? It's okay,
yeah.
don't worry.
Before we get into the question, I just want to say that was really beautiful, Clarissa. I love how graceful you are on that. Did I notice you swipe that screen also in between
Oh
while?
yeah, yeah. Because there's like a second page, and I was
Sure,
like,
sure, yeah, yeah.
I did not remember my own piece. So I was like, I
Wow.
can easily memorize a classical piece, no problem. When it's my own music, I'm like, it came out of me, but I forget it. Yeah, it's quite very quickly. That's like a whole art in its own that we don't teach in
Yeah,
music.
yeah. You seem pretty ninja while doing it. Which is like,
Yeah, so that's like the swipe left that really is useful, you know?
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, and then I did not know any other app than this.
sure, sure.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay,
Mr.
what was the
Mike.
question now, Andre?
Yeah.
Yes, don't worry. The question is harmless. What's the question? Yes, from the audience. So the question is from Ragav Gupta. So Ragav Gupta, he says, so do you think passion and dedication is the only thing that gets one going?
Hmm. Well, that's primarily what it is, like your passion and the drive to play music. But of course, there are other things that come along with it, like the attention it gets you is quite fun also to an extent. Um, and yeah, when you want to make a career out of it, sure. I mean, at some point, it does boil down to the money, and at some point, you have to figure out a way to make sure that you can make a living doing it also, right? So um, I would say the passion and the dedication is mainly what keeps it going, but of course, there's more to it. I don't know, Clarissa, you want to add something to this?
Yeah, I'm thinking
Yes.
like, let's just say your musical career or passion. Like imagine passion in education. It's like you want to go on this journey, on this trip. So you need the fuel, you need to know where you want to go. You need to have a destination point. And I think after passion and education is what's gonna drive you. But the problem is you need to know, like you need to have a functioning car. So I think that's like your skills that you need to keep working on. You do need to have the knowledge of the mechanics, like something goes wrong, like how does it work, what are the different, like either different pit stops and stuff. And then yeah, that whole business aspect. I mean, like I said, you can't eat your passions. So I think it's getting out of that. Also, I think sometimes I was just thinking that, like, oh, it's so hard to make a living as a musician and stuff like that, or like
Yeah,
this sometimes that starving artist mindset. So I think it's like getting out of that, connecting with the people that will support you. If you don't know anything about mechanics on a car, you have that drive, okay, but then you need someone that can help you out.
Yes.
I
yeah,
think the passion needs to fuel it, because if you don't have the passion, then really, what is the point?
Sure.
but you need to learn the other aspects. We're talking about the business, we're talking about
Yeah.
the skills as well,
Yeah.
because you can have the vision of being an amazing, keyboard, band player, and if you know three chords, it's not going to get you so far, So there's the skill, and then there's the also the whole industry skill, knowledge, and work. And you don't have to all do it yourself, but you need someone, yeah, or you
Yeah,
need people.
I totally agree. I totally agree with that. That's actually amazing, coming from the experts themselves, when talking about it should be a mixture, not just one thing, but a mixture of passion, dedication, skills, hard work. Yes, right? So now we're so excited to hear the talents of the one and only Mr. Michael. So, sir, before you give it away, can you please tell us a little bit something about what you're going to perform for us?
It's funny. It's funny because yesterday evening I was sitting and trying to think of what song should I play, and I played one song, and I thought, okay, how about this one? And I just kept playing. I went through about like an hour-long set of my songs last night, just trying to figure out what to play for you. But I think I've nailed it down onto this one song. Um, this one is called "Time Machine," and you will hear me talk about, sing about just going back and forth into your past and into the future and all that. But I think it's mostly about trying to be in the moment. Yeah, so yeah, that's what the song is about, and I'll play it for you. Wish I had a time machine that would take me back to 10 minutes ago, so I can tell myself what I'm gonna tell you back then, to tell you the right things right. Wish I had a time machine that would take me forward 10 minutes from now. Maybe then I'll be wiser, treat myself nicer, stay ahead of the curve that's in sight. And it don't matter if things turn sour, just turn back the clock and do it again. I wish I had a time machine that would take me back to 10 years ago, so I can tell myself be strong, life will still go on, don't stress about days to come. I wish I had a time machine that would take me forward 10 years from now, so I can look at my own face, smile with a little grace, and tell me I'm still looking okay. When I feel down, I skip to when you are around, and drown in the days that make you happy. Oh, if I had a time machine, I think I'd just keep going back and forth, and I would spend a whole lifetime without any peace of mind, searching for time when you were mine. No, I don't want a time machine. I think I'd rather be here in the now, where I can play my guitar as I look at the stars and hope that I'll get by somehow.
Wow, that is amazing. I love that song. It was that was your own composition, right?
Yeah,
Wow, I love the concept of time machine, we've always
yeah,
wanted to go back
I love it
in
too.
time. Oh my gosh, there are so much memories before when technology was still not that great.
I like this concept of just going back a little bit, just 10 minutes back, and just saying what I just said properly.
Mhm.
That's kind of where that song started from. But it's weird
Yeah.
to hear this electronic clap applauding to you after the song. You got to get used to that.
That's the world of Zoom and
Yeah,
post-COVID, post-pandemic world. You know,
Yes,
but I was
virtual
clapping in
applause.
real person in another continent. So yeah, we have
yeah.
real
So we,
claps
yeah,
as
we
well.
hear the clap here now. Yes, we're so honored to have you here as guests for today. So before we end, we still want to see more of you guys. So can you please tell us, where can we see you in your social media accounts? Do you have upcoming events? Do you want to plug any lessons or master classes aside from this one? We want to see more of you. So how about you, Sir Michael? Where can we see more?
Um, so I'm sorry to say that generally I'm not a very social media active person, but I am on Instagram and Facebook. I mean, my full name is Michael Dias, and my Insta handle is Mickey underscore D Rocks. Um, Believe it or not, Mickey D Rocks is my first email address that I opened up. I don't know how many years back, and I still stick with that. And yeah, so Mickey underscore D Rocks is me on Instagram. There was a period like last year when the whole lockdown started, where I got into a phase where I was doing a cover every day, and so I did put a whole load of material out then. But now I do it once in a while in between. Suddenly, if I come across a song that I love to play, I put it out there. It's mostly on Instagram that I'm active. Even my band is also on Instagram, but again, there it's just as active as I am on Instagram, which is not speaking much. Apart from this, my main thing I do right now is classes. I teach a lot. Um, so like 25 years of experience with playing the guitar and singing. If there's anybody out there who feels like they want to be able to do something along the similar lines, reach out to me on any of these platforms, and I'm happy to connect with you.
Wow, that is amazing. We're so excited to watch your content on Instagram. So guys, let's follow Sir Michael on Instagram. Yes. How about you, Miss Clarissa? Where can you see more of you?
So yeah, I think we do connect with Michael on a lot more than one level because same with the content sharing online. I think that's like the new post-pandemic world. But for me, like
Yeah.
there is magic in sharing live music. So I have no performances here in Dubai yet so far to share with you guys, but you guys can follow me on Instagram at v.spiritual.creative, where I do share every so often a piano piece performance. There's that, how I was talking about working with people as well. And I think having someone with the social media and even like the recording and tech part
Mhm.
would be amazing because that is not my strong suit. So that's often why I don't like sharing that much piano online. I do teach as well a lot now. Now's the summer break though, so we're all looking forward to that. So if you do want, maybe in this September, do reach out to me for that. But or else, if you want to catch a bit of my piano, it's probably going to be more on Instagram. And I do have a few YouTube videos. If you
Wow.
guys want to hear different genres, I did do some Facebook lives last year. I did do a few recordings as well. So but no page of mine so far. So hopefully that will come. But just type Clarissa Zaruk on YouTube and or the Spiritual Creative, and you'll find the links somewhere along the World Wide Web.
I'll be sure to check that out.
Yes. Thank you
Oh,
so
you can do that for me as well on YouTube. Like if you search
yes.
Yeah.
Michael Dice or Mad Orange Fireworks, you'll find some of our work there as well. Please
I
do.
love the piece, by the way. I didn't just say, but time travel is like one of my all-time favorite things, and just living in the moment. Like, yes, as a spiritual creative, I always tie music, piano, creativity, and spirituality together. And I think like just that thing about staying in moment, and using music to kind of share that message is beautiful. So I'll definitely as well.
Yes. So we will definitely watch your videos on YouTube and in Instagram. We don't want to go yet, but guys, it will be very exciting because this is not yet the end of the event. There will be a next guest, guys. So we're so excited to have them. So thank you so much for tuning in this masterclass. What music teaches us, and once again, I'm here with Mr. Michael Zaruk and Miss Clarissa once again. Mr. Michael Diaz and Miss Clarissa Zaruk. Yes, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I got that interchanged. Mr. Michael Diaz and Miss Clarissa Zaruk. These are our guests, and thank you so much, guys, for being here in this masterclass brought to you by SP Jain and Amchi. So see you guys later at 11 a.m. GST for our next guest. And this is your host, Andre Teves, signing off. Thank you so much,
Thanks for having
Thank
us.
you.
everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. I am Chinmay Naik, and I am back. I'm your host in More Than Music. I realized that my mic was unmuted, which was unfortunate. So I'm going to start over. Not a problem. These glitches happen on tech. This is how it is. Okay. So welcome to More Than Music. I'm your host Chinmay Naik, and in today's interview, we're going to have a very special guest, and that is why I'm all dressed up and all ready because as an artist, it is very hard to get paid for what you do. And that is the struggle. And that is the point that you have always that how do I make a living out of this? How do I make money out of this? And that is the reason why most artists end up leaving and go to a desk job. And sooner or later, artists like me who was in that phase where they're yet to reach that point where they have to make that decision, it's going to be very crucial for them. If I reach at that place where I have to decide if I have to take a desk job or go behind my passion, I need some guidance. And that is the exact reason why we have the next person on us with on this interview, because he has figured it all out. He's like this dictionary that you would want to go to because he's made his art into his business. And without further ado, I'd like to welcome him on. The founder of Dance Academy in Dubai, we have Satyen Babla with us. Hi.
Thank you, Chinmay. Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
It is a great honor to have you because as a dancer, to know that I can be a businessman at the end of the day is just amazing. And I'm glad I have so many questions lined up just for you.
Pleasure.
Yes. Just to start off a little bit, I mean, I see you wearing Dance, the whole Academy t-shirt and everything, which is very
Yeah.
proud of you. It's amazing to see that you have your own merchandise. I'd like to ask you, how did this all start? Like, how did you get into dancing?
How did I get into dancing? Wow. So you'll be surprised to know that I never danced in school. I never danced in college. I never danced as a kid. The first time
Oh,
I danced in my life was after I graduated while I was working in a job. And because of an amazing friend who was a very, very passionate dancer, she kind of embarrassed slash motivated me to start dancing. So it all started by chance and by luck, and it started very late when I was 23. So most people think I've been dancing since I was born, but that's not true. So how dancing started for me was purely by chance. We went to a home party one day, a house party, and everybody was dancing, and I couldn't dance. I was standing in the corner, and somebody pulled me on the dance floor. I did something I could, embarrassed myself, and quickly just went back to my corner. And later that night, she's like, "What are you doing? You can't even dance. Such an embarrassment." And I was like, "Yes, you know what? You're absolutely right. I'm going to start." Learning dance. I'll join some classes. And that's how my dance journey started as a student at 23.
that's amazing. At 23, you started and still made it a living. I mean, people say as artists, you should start at 15, 16, and that's the way time to start. But at 23 also, and you're at a great state. That's amazing. And I have a dancer related question for you. Like, what is your preferred way of dancing? Like, do you like to do a storytelling through your dance, or do you like to play with the beats, or is it just fun entertainment like the Bollywood style?
So honestly, every dancer has their own style, but it purely depends on the mood, you know. Like if you ask me, I love casual grooving, like it makes me really happy. But there are times, probably early in the morning or late at night, you want to do some storytelling, some contemporary. There are times where you want to just go out and dance with your partner and jive and have a great time. So I don't think as a dancer, because you're creatively so open, you're never kind of limited to one style, and you're always open to anything. Having said that, I love the casual grooving and just like sit and move your shoulder and just chill, that kind of a style.
Ah, so you definitely must be the party person then.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, that's
Absolutely.
that is amazing. Now, I want to go into more into specifics now because you start. I'm very tempted, very jealous of that shirt that you're wearing, the dance shirt. I want to know how did dance really start, and what does dance mean? Like it's a different spelling. It's
Uh,
DANS. What does it mean?
right. Okay. So I'll tell you what dance means first of all, right? So DANS, it's similar to dance, DNC in pronunciation, but primarily we call it DANS because we have four age groups of students, right? D stands for the dreamers, the tiniest, cutest kids, age 4 to 7. We call them the dreamers. That's my favorite batch personally, dreamers. Then we have the achievers, that's 8 to 12. Naturals is all teenagers, 13 to 19. That's a naturals batch. And stars is 20 plus. So if Chinmay, I think you're 20 plus, if you come to the studio, you would be called a star, irrespective of if you dance or you can't dance. That's what you are. So there are dreamers, achievers, naturals, and stars. And when these four get together, all the students get together, they form and they combine dance, DNS. So dance has always been about the students and not about us or the trainers or the choreographers. It's more about these dreamers, achievers, naturals, and stars coming in and completing us, because without them, dance wouldn't exist. So that's the concept of dance, where it's basically a studio that's open to anybody from any background, any dance style, any culture to just come and build a community and enjoy their movement. So that's what DNS stands for. Now, how did dance start? So when I told you I was 23, I started dancing as a student, and then this was with Shamak Dawar in Dubai and his academy. So in 23, I started dancing. They were just recently that opened up in Dubai, and they were looking for more
Right.
people. I kind of was one of the options that they were considering. They got me on board. They trained me. I learned a lot from them. I was there for 3 years. So student, senior performer, assistant choreographer, choreographer, the routine with them for about 3 years. And then from there, I also bike. I love biking. I had a Honda sports bike. I had an accident, broke this collarbone.
Ooh.
With Shamak, took a break, recovered, and started working in my dad's business. So dad used to run
Ooh.
the line marketing agency, a BTL marketing agency. While I was there, I got a few friends who came back and said, "Hey, why don't you start freelancing for us? We have a competition happening here. We have a friend's wedding happening here." And that's how the freelancing business bit started of dance. That went on for 2 years. And 2 years later, 2012, October, November, we got a call from the community temple in Dubai. And they said they wanted to organize a Diwali event. And they asked me if I had professional dancers. I told them I don't have professional dancers. So what I can do is I can train your kids to put up a professional show at the Diwali event. And believe me, parents will be happier seeing their own kids performing as opposed to professional dancers performing. So that conversation started. They liked the idea. They engaged us. We trained about 80 community members over 45 days every day. So I would work from
Wow.
8 to 6 in the morning, and at 6 I would go to the studio, and from there we would just keep rehearsing every day from like 6 to 9, 10, and it became this massive community. There were kids, there were mums, there were when grandparents would get food and come, and once the rehearsals are over, they would kind of put food out. And 45 days we had a great time. I mean, we had the time of our life. The event happened. Event was super successful. It had more than 1,700 people from the community attending, and that was when everything changed. Event was over. We celebrated, we bid farewell, and we went back home. The next day, I got a call from 11 mums. 11 mums saying, "Satyan, we had a great time. Our kids loved it. We want to continue dancing. Where do you teach? Where can we send them?" So I told them that I don't teach professionally. It's a passion based thing. I work with my dad and I work on a project to project basis. So project khatam to dance khatam. Now I'm back to working with my dad. They're like, "No, why don't you start your own studio?" I was like, "No, no, it doesn't make sense. Like putting time, effort, investing so much amount in this. Why don't you send them to this class?" They go and they come back after 1 month and they were like, "Satyan, we're not very happy. Our kids only want to learn from you. Why don't you start your own classes?" And that was where the seed of entrepreneurship in the dance industry got planted. So I went around, I had a partner with me back then. I went around looking for studios on rent. I was like, "Yaar, ek ghante ke liye, they'll give it to me for 1 hour, give it to me for 2 hours over the weekend." And I found a place in Baghdad. We started. And at that time, 2012, BlackBerry was very famous, BBM. I don't know if you were using Black, you
It
look
was.
like
It was. Yes.
Okay. So the regular BBM broadcast went out to the entire community, friends, family, all the people we freelanced and taught over the last 2 years, and so on and so forth. And we made a we made a flyer on PowerPoint and save as JPG and send it out. So the routine stuff that any starting entrepreneur does. And we said, "So and so, please come in on this date and this time for a demo session." To our surprise, 70 people showed up for the demo, which we weren't expecting at all. We kind of didn't realize that we just finished with this massive community and they kind of love us. Plus, we're working freelance since 2 years. Plus, Dubai born and bought up community, family, friends, school friends, that kind. And from those 70 people, about 30, 5 paid and joined up. And that's when we realized that, okay, there is something to this model. There is an opportunity where we can make money. Did the whole batch, paid the printer, paid the rent. We had money left, and we said, this is amazing. If you're going to make money, we should do this regularly. Let's try it every year. And then again, the parent came back and said, so when's the next batch? Your kids are excited. And then it was like, okay, if this has to happen regularly every month, then we should think about opening up our own studio. And that's how DAMS Dance came into existence, purely thanks to the community and the love and the support and the opportunity they gave us.
So you're basically suggesting that people should just continue doing their work and just show their love, and something will always come by their way.
Absolutely. If you're extremely, extremely passionate and you're willing to showcase to the community or the world that even though this is my day job, I am equally committed to this and I'm known for this and I love this, in most cases, the community will support you.
That's great. That's great to know. But how was it feeling like, when that transition moment where you decided that, okay, I have to start a studio. Now I'm going to be a brand. I'm going to start a business. What was that feeling like? Because people transitioning from an artist to a businessman, is very different. It's a life changing, decision. How was that decision for you like?
So to be honest, the decision isn't like it doesn't happen overnight. It was not spontaneous that okay, now I've opened a studio and I'm a businessman. You still kind of have the artist lingering in you for a very, very long time, till you make your losses, till you lose money, till you realize it's not working out. The artist is always the prominent figure. And to be honest, when you start a business, the artist in you just feels more excited and more successful and more emotional. So for the first few months slash years, you're technically not even a businessman. You're still an artist running a business. And that's where the problems start happening because you're also passionate about the art and not about money or business that you don't realize you're probably spending more than you're earning. So to answer your question, the feeling was beautiful because it was still the feeling of success for an artist saying that the artist can open a studio, the artist can spend this money, the artist can be an entrepreneur. Is the artist going to be a successful entrepreneur? We don't know that yet. But when you open your studio, it's all the more pride and emotion, So that I've done this and I'm going to spread my art to the world. It's a beautiful feeling.
So I would like to touch upon that moment. So basically, are you saying that when you started, you did you what kind of business knowledge did you have? Like, I mean, I have seen your previous interviews, and you say you come from a Sindhi community, so it's in the blood kind of thing, and I agree with that. But how much knowledge did you actually have of dance business? Because that's something new.
So, to be honest, with regards to the dance business, it was pretty much nil. I was working for my dad for 2 years and he was running his own business. So, I had an idea in the marketing space. Before that, I was working in procurement for a large local group. So, I had some experience there and I did study business in college. But the dance industry is very different, Even when I was working with Shamak, I was more of an instructor involved only in execution, not in running the business. So my knowledge with regards to dance business was quite minimal actually. It was lucky I got through to be honest. Very, very minimal. Then you learn over time.
Okay, but what is some knowledge that people like as an artist like me? What can I do to learn a little bit about how to do my business?
Fabulous. So some things that I wasn't aware of when I was dancing was the power of your network, right? Your network is your net worth. When we were dancing as freelancers or earlier with my previous institute, on average you would meet 100, 500 people a month. Anywhere between that. If you go to a school, you're probably meeting 500 kids. If you go to a community event, 100, 200 is easy. So I was doing that for 5 years. And I never realized the importance of staying in touch with these people and networking with these people and building a true relationship slash bond with these people, right? So that's one thing I learned the hard way and I did not know. So every artist needs to keep in mind that their net work is their net worth. We feel that, oh, we love dancing, we're amazing at this, we love cooking, we love painting. It'll happen. It doesn't work that way. It's all relationship based, right? So if you're an artist and you want to move to opening up your own business, the first thing you have to know is that networking with people, relationships is extremely important because these are the people who will support you later. The second thing you need to keep in mind is that people don't care how much you know in the art of dancing or in any art. People don't care how much you know till they know how much you care about them. So I might be the best dancer, but if the parent who's sending their kid does not feel like I care for the kid, it's not going to work out. So it doesn't matter how much you know, it doesn't really impact how much you know till they know how much you care about them. So that's extremely important. However successful you think you are, you need to kind of connect on an eye to eye level. You need to go down on your knees and talk to that 4-year-old dreamer in their language and make them feel that you love them, you're interested in their progress and their growth, and you want to know how they are. So that's the second learning every artist should know. Very very important. In a restaurant, you're an amazing chef. You're cooking food, people love it. If you just go and just say, "Hey, I'm the chef. Just want to take feedback from you guys," you're building a different bond because then they know that you care about what they feel. Right? It's a 2-second job, but it makes a big difference. And the third thing any artist should know is that you will always be more optimistic than others, and that in some aspects could be an issue. Nobody will be as excited as you are or as optimistic as you are because you're running the business. You love the art, right? So you might go and say, "Oh, I love dancing. I want to open this fancy studio with a massive LED screen. People will love this screen. Imagine having a projection behind you while I'm doing the dance session, I'm in class, and you might spend $10,000 on it, right? Because you're super optimistic." People might come in and say, "Okay, fair enough. It's average. I mean, it's good. I mean, maybe it's too distracting. And you might realize that you are always more optimistic. So, as an artist, a couple of things to keep in mind is your network, is your net worth. They don't care how much you know about the art till they know how much you care about them. And you're always going to be more optimistic. We need to get realistic. So, I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, perfectly. I'm actually taking notes down because I want to know all these things later on. I don't want to watch the YouTube. I want to look at my notes. You spoke about optimism, and I'd like to touch upon that. Now, as an artist, you're basically sharing your creativity and your vision for some things. And how do you really deal with it when someone does not necessarily enjoy or not agree with the same point of view that you have? Like you said, a massive LED screen, even for me, might seem very cool, but then whatever customer or someone comes and says, "Oh, this is very distracting." Does it hurt, or how do you really go about that?
So, all artists will make this mistake in the beginning where they will forget point number two. And point number two is that they don't care how much you know till you know they care. So it is painful. It is extremely painful because you're doing it out of pure love. Your objective is, "Oh, this is so amazing. Everyone will love it. You want them to have a great time. You love them. You care for them, but they don't know about that. And when they don't experience it, you feel kind of hurt that I've invested so much time, effort, money, not for me because I thought you will love it and you didn't love it. But you need to realize that you're running a business, right? And customer is king. They need to like it. If they don't like it, remove it. It doesn't matter if you spend $10,000 on it. So with time, you'll realize that, okay, my ideas need to be verified by a pool of customers who are my prime customers. You identify your top 10 customers, top 50 customers, and say, "Guys, I have this idea. What do you think about it?" Right? And then they become your board members, your sounding committee, who tells you, "Okay, this is a great idea. Do it, or you know what? Don't do it. You're going to spend a lot of money. It's not going to add value." So yes, it is painful, but with time we need to learn that whatever we do is for their benefit, and we need to ask them what they want. Sometimes it's as simple as asking. Ask and you shall receive. It's that simple. So we need to kind of realize that yes, I know more about dance than they know, but that doesn't matter. What matters is their importance and their happiness. So even though I feel it's massive, let me ask them and take your opinion on it.
That's great. That's great. I mean, you give me a lot of satisfaction giving me that answer that I need to also always give out and get the feedback from people, and they'll be the real people who will let me know. To move on, I have another question. Like when you first started, you said there were 70 kids, if I'm not wrong, 70 kids who
70
learned
came
under
to
you.
the demo, and about 35 of them paid up and joined.
So 35 joined. While you were joining, I mean, did you know what price you should quote them, or how did you price your art? Because how do you think how worth? Because for every artist, it's like my art is priceless. But then how did you really give a price to that?
So I think every artist can differ in this opinion, but I think one of the best ways to do is to price yourself uh, at industry level or slightly below industry level when you're starting. So it's a pure case of ATL and BTL marketing, right? The initial objective is purely above the line, it's purely awareness driven, purely awareness. So the more, okay, I'm going to change your perspective on this. Don't look at it from the perspective of I am charging less or making less money. Look at it from the pure perspective of love for the art and say that I am enabling more people to experience my art, right? Do I want to make more money right now, or do I want to enable the world to experience my art? Is the question. And if you're a true artist, you will come out with the second option. I want to enable more people to experience my art. And that can only happen when you price it either at market rate or slightly below market rate.
That
So change the mindset. It's not about money. It's about if I'm the best chef in the world, do I want to sell to 20 people and make X money? Or do I want to kind of reduce my price, make it more accessible to the world, have these hundreds of people come in, eat my food, appreciate it, give me all the love and support, talk to 10 other people about it, and maybe pay a little less, but give me that satisfaction and love that my art is being appreciated by more people. See, as an artist, we crave one thing. Every artist craves one thing, and that one thing is recognition. Every artist wants to be recognized. Every artist wants to stand there and hear people cheering and clapping for him. Every artist wants that love. And that can only happen when more people experience it, and that experience can only happen when they can afford it. It's that simple. Do not look at it from my art is priceless. Look at it from my art deserves to be experienced by a million people, and your mindset will change.
that's amazing. That really changes a lot of things for the way I'm thinking, because people are everyone's running behind. Oh, I need to be the most expensive artist out there, but it's not true. You need to be the most sharing artist out there. You need to share to more and more people. And that's amazing thought. And I think I need to let the audience also know that feel free to ask Mr. Satyen questions on the live chat. We will be asking him all of them if we can, because he's sharing some great knowledge and I'm already flipping out. To continue that question, when it comes to price and everything, like you said, you looked at the market industry. So at that point of time when you started, I don't hope there were a lot of dance institutes at that point of time.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. It
But
was it
over
was a
time,
very, very open market.
today, if you see, today times have changed. There are way more dance academies. They have more dance academies out there that are trying to promote, to talk to dancers, come join us. We are different. What did dance do in those times?
Fabulous question. Uh, this is a crucial point that we need to highlight is competition and how do you pivot or what do you do differently. So I'll give you my story, right? We started in 2013, and there were very very few academies at that point in time. Uh, in about 3 years, yeah, I think 3 years or in 2 years, so many other institutes opened up. It was unbelievable. Within my building, we have a four-story building and about two blocks. But I had my first studio. We had seven dance schools in a matter of 2 years in the same building, right? And I remember having this discussion with my core team and saying, "Hey, what do we do? What do we do? Uh, we can't afford to price it at what they're pricing because we want to have an industry standard that's probably the best. We want to pay our instructors well. We want to maintain a facility well. We can't. What do we do? And it was surprising because there were people who were charging one third of what we were charging in the dance space. So we were charging 750 for 1 month of dance fitness classes. There were people doing it for 250. Having said that, there were even larger organizations that were doing it lesser than that also. So there were gyms, massive worldwide gyms that were offering a monthly membership for 199 or even 99, and we were offering it at 750. We had a discussion with the team. We said, guys, we've survived because of our community. Our community has supported us, and now, of course, it's expanded to many other people. Uh, we will not change our prices. We took a conscious decision, and we kind of dropped. I remember that time very well. We dropped for having more than 120 students on average a month to about 20 students. So it was a huge drop. We lost 100 students over time. And it was strange, because these students, they loved us. So they were doing class with us, they enjoyed doing class with us. But when they discovered that somebody else was doing it cheaper, they it was very weird because they did not move there. They didn't go to the more economical dance studio, but at the same time, they stopped dancing with us because they thought we became expensive. So it's like, you know what? I love dance. I've been here for about 3 months. This is offering half the price. Dance is not reducing the price. So I'm going to leave dance, but I'm still not going to go here because I love dance. It was very confusing. Having said that, we took a conscious decision and said, we're not going to do this. Soon we realized that if we don't reduce our prices, it's not going to be feasible for us. Because even if we reduce it, we can't sustain the studio, we can't pay rent. And if we don't reduce, they're not coming in. And that is when my business pivoted. We actively started looking out for other sources of revenue. There's a concept called blue ocean strategy that talks about where you can go and look for business in a space where you have less competition in your industry. And we moved entirely from B to C, which is doing group classes only, to focusing on B2B. And the B2B market included doing shows. So, and I'm grateful we did that because today I make most of my money from shows and not from classes. We've done IFA celebrations, we've done film fair, Great Women Awards, so on and so forth. We've danced with Shahrukh, Ritik, Nora, more than about 100 artists so far. So that decision came in because we were forced to kind of reduce our prices, and we said no. We started doing sangeets. So we do wedding entertainment. We've done more than 650 weddings so far, all over the world in 25 cities. Uh, we've gotten an award from Bride Dubai, which is the Brides Wedding Association, in 2018 as the best wedding entertainment company, in 2019 as the best wedding entertainment company. In 2020, the event did not happen. Hopefully, we'll win it this year also. So, Bride Awards happened. We started working with schools, and that became great because it became a beautiful cash cow business. You go to schools, you have 20 kids, you charge less, but they pay you every month. It was amazing. Cash flow was great. And then we started working with corporates. We took dance to corporates. And it wasn't just dance, it was corporate wellness and employee engagement. How you can use the power of movement to encourage your employees to perform better. It's a very known concept. Motion creates emotion, right? Let's say, Chinmay, you see your girlfriend after really long. You can't control your excitement. There's motion. You're going to run to her, hug her, lift her, do whatever you want to do, right? There's raw motion, right? You see a kid who doesn't understand science or biology or physiology, right? The kid is 6 months old, sees the father coming back from work, starts moving the hands and the legs, right? So motion is emotion. Look at the opposite spectrum. Look at somebody who's depressed. There's no movement. They're sitting with their head down. The first thing you'll realize is there's no movement. And what do you do with them? You say, bro, you hold their shoulders and you move them. They snap out of it, right? You're moving them. Motion creates emotion. We took this concept to corporates and we said, guys, we're going to do a lot of team building stuff, things like mindset change through dance and movement therapy, goal setting through dance and movement therapy, staff induction through dance and movement therapy. And today we work with more than 250 corporates. Now, all of my business, majority of my business, 93% comes from external events and shows and corporates and schools, and only 7% comes from classes. So I'm glad we were put in that corner that competition was so high when we were forced to do something different, and you need to find your blue ocean strategy. So the only solution is competition is great. It'll force you to do things that you will never do. It'll force you to step outside your comfort zone. Don't get into the rat race of a prize war with competition. Create value. That's it.
That's amazing. That is amazing. I love how much you've grown. Like you started as a dance academy, now into events. And I have so many more questions about that. But before that, I think we have an audience question. We'd like to have that up on the screen so
Sure.
Satyen can answer it. It's from KK Drummer. How did dance cope with COVID-19? Did social distancing impact the connection and teaching dance? That's an amazing question. Thank you. Satyan.
Absolutely, absolutely, it did. And COVID has been a great, great, great learning curve for us also. So the basics was COVID came in, the studio stopped, we went online like every other studio, every other business, and we tried sustaining online for a while. We did a decent job in the first 2 3 months, and to be very honest, then it started declining massively. Uh, Two reasons. One is, of course, the bond and the connection is not there. You know, when you meet a student online and you're teaching them online, as opposed to them coming to the studio, it's a different world altogether, right? So the relationships were not that strong. You couldn't show them how much we cared as compared to what we could show them in a face-to-face setting. So that's one thing. Relationships were not as strong. The second thing was that the world opened up, right? The world opened up. If you're offering a session for 500 dirhams over here a month, people in India and different parts of the world, you're offering it for 500 rupees. And that's impossible to match for us, right? It's a 20 times currency exchange rate. So people started moving to India. And the concept was, कि अगर online sorry, the concept was if you're going to do it online, then it doesn't matter if the guy is in Dubai or in India, right? So we had a tough time working during COVID, and numbers did drastically fall. We tried everything in our capacity, and one thing that gave us some ray of light was again corporates. So doing online team building for corporates, not through movement necessarily this time, but through other activities and quizzes and funds with some element of dance and movement. So that is something we did. With regards to teaching, we as an organization are highly automated. So we use a software called Zoho, uh, which has a lot of automation. So if you come to the studio and you attend a demo class, the minute you leave, you get an automatic SMS saying thank you for attending us. So thankfully, we had additional tools that did help us stay in touch and have that connection with the students. So we were probably impacted lesser than other people. Having said that, there was a massive, massive drop in numbers. It did impact the connection that we have. It did impact the teaching and the relationship we have. And we tried to cope up by establishing those connection points through other platforms in terms of regular emails, in terms of SMSs, in terms of calls, WhatsApp groups, so on and so forth. So we did our best, and still, to be absolutely honest with you, doesn't compare to a face-to-face class. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you so much for asking.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Now, I agree with you that the feeling of being together, especially when you're in a creative space, you want to be together to have the same vibe and the energy, but it's just not the same. Um, Going back to the point that you made about getting events, you've done so much, you've achieved so much, you've danced with stars and a lot more. But going back, how did you get the first event? What was the first event like? Like, how did you get it? Because you were not into that. And how did you get it then?
So our first official event client was Mushrik Bank. It's a very, very big local bank, and I'm truly grateful to them. I remember there was a lady called Gitanjali who supported us, who knew us from our previous dance stint, and the only reason we got it was because we maintained the relationship. So we were constantly in touch. We should talk about her son, and thankfully, because we were in touch, when she had an event and we started dance, she kind of reached out to us, and that's how we got our first event. So purely because of your network and probably because of staying in touch and building a relationship with them, we got our first corporate event, and then there was no looking back.
That's amazing. So you basically maintain those relationships because you don't know which one will end up being the savior for your life. That's amazing.
Absolutely.
Now, okay, if you said there was a moment where dance was suffering with the whole competition. Now, even during COVID, it's tough as a businessman because you have to still make money to end up paying your bills and everything. How is it feeling when it's when it's in an all-time low? You know, when as a business owner, as a dancer, how does it feel that everything is crashing around you? How do you get through that?
Okay. How do I put this the right way without being very gloomy about it? See, everybody needs to make money. It's that simple, right? You love your art, and in most cases, you started loving your art more because it's making money for you also. When you can't make money, it's highly demotivational, right? And it depends, because if it's for a month or so, you'll jump back the second month. But with COVID, it was a constant decline. uh, Rents are very high. So you come to a point where eventually you realize, okay, I can't sustain this business. Plus, I'm taking out money from my savings. Uh, I think it's a very personal decision, and everybody has a different curve of emotions that they go through. One factor, there are two very important factors. One factor is purely your financial situation that impacts it. So let's say, Chinmay, you and I are both on a dance studio, and you've been doing it for 10 years, I've been doing it for 10 years. You've been smart. And in the past 10 years, you've saved 10 lakh dirhams. I have not been that smart. I've not saved 10 lakh dirhams. I've only saved 1 lakh dirhams, right? When it started dropping, you have to pull out money from your savings pool, right? It depends on how large that pool is. If the pool is smaller, I'm going to get demotivated quicker. I'm going to quit quicker. I'm going to stop doing it quicker. If the pool is larger, Chinmay, you will continue doing it longer because you have that money, you have that background, you have that support and backing, right? So it's the responsibility of every artist to save and to grow their business to a point where if a casualty comes in, you can sustain and you don't have to give up your art. So that's point number one. Purely depends on your financial background and your savings and what kind of investments you've made to keep your business running. Point number one. Point number two is a lot of it depends on the kind of support you're getting externally. So people around you are saying, Chinmay, it's not going to work out, bro. We don't know what's going to happen with COVID. COVID's going to stay here for 5 years. Think about it. Think about it. You're in a different mindset. If people say, bro, we'll find a solution. We'll find a solution. We'll find a solution. You're thinking differently. So a lot of it also depends on the external support that you get, which kind of motivates you to think in a particular way. So we have a group of friends and business associates who meet. And during COVID, we were meeting every day online for 1 hour. And all we would do is, what's happening with you? Kal kya kiya? Kya plan hai? How can we make money? So one round will go through everybody and every day. And it's not like anything changed financially for any of us in a significant manner. But that moral support is what kept us going. And we all out of it now. We all are back to business. We all are making money. So two things to answer your question. Your demotivation levels depend on the finances you have and the emotional support you have and what you can do as an artist. To prove your love for the art is to start saving up and having a contingency plan that if things go wrong, I still want to love my art. I still want to keep my art out there. For example, during COVID, we went live every day and we were offering free classes 3 times a day for 3 months without making a single penny. Doesn't matter. I love my art. I have the finances to support it. I'm going to do it. Plus, my community was supporting me. So, again, if you're demotivated, contrary to popular belief, give it for free. Give it for free. So, again, going back to your basics as to why you started, many people can experience it. It's free. They will come back with the love and the support, and you'll be okay. I know when I told this to people saying give it for free, they were like, "Pagal ho gaya kya? एक तो पहले से पैसा नहीं बना." Sorry, do you speak Hindi, Chinmay?
I do, but our audience might not. So please,
Sorry, I got a little emotional with that topic. So
I completely understand.
when I recommended people to give it for free during COVID, they're like, "What the hell is wrong with you? We're anyways not making money, but you want to give services for free?" But the point is, because you give it for free, again, you make people experience your art. All the entrepreneurs, again, disclaimer: this is for artist entrepreneurs. If you're in trading, this might not work, or if you're in any commercial business, this might not work. But if you're passionate about your business and if you're an artist, give it for free. Let people experience your love and art, and then they'll come back and support you. So, yeah, finances and emotional support.
That's amazing. I mean, I completely agree with the 2 points that you said. One is financial smartness, which is something that we need to understand as soon as now we can understand how important finances could be, and contingency planning and emotional support. I can believe, I know I won't be here if it wasn't for my friends and my family. And I completely agree with that. On that note, we also have another question from the live. I think you're in huge demand. You're sharing some great value here. Could we have the question up? We have, where do you see the future of dance and dance as a form going in this new normal, this whole COVID situation? How do you really go about it?
Thank you, Amara, for that question. I know you dance too, so thank you for asking me that question. The future of DANS is huge. I mean, I'm not boasting. I love myself. I think I'm going to be super duper successful, even though I feel very successful. The future of dance is going out there and exposing it to as many people as possible. We're looking at big, big, big projects. So, for example, we have Expo 2020 that is happening in 2021 in Dubai. How can we be there? How can we expose ourselves to all these countries that are coming in at the Expo? It's huge, right? Uh, there is another confidential project that I'm involved with, which is massive. Unfortunately, as excited as I am, I can't
It's
disclose it.
fine.
But it's huge. It's huge, huge. It's huger than anything we can ever imagine. So there is great future of dance, and it all happens because of again the relationship and the network you have, right? So that's point number one, future of DANS. And how large we become, I still plan to have those small group classes, even if it makes only 7% of my revenue, connect on a one-to-one basis with the parents, with the kids. That's amazing. In fact, we just signed up with the client. We're doing the wedding entertainment for them. And this bride, I used to teach her dance in 2008. She was this tiny then. So it's all about those relationships that kind of secure your future out there, you know. I never thought in 2008 that 12, 13 years later, I'm going to do this girl's wedding, right? No idea, no concept. But if you maintain that relationship today with your current clients, it's going to secure your future. How today I'm doing her wedding because I've maintained that relationship. So that's the future of DANS. With regards to dance, dance is constantly evolving. There is no limitation to dance. Dance is emotion. Dance is passion, right? Uh, Going forward in this new normal, I do think there's going to be a shift back to going face to face, but hybrid is here to stay. Any artist, any business owner should look at going hybrid. And again, why are we going hybrid? It goes back to point number one. We want as many people to experience our art as possible. So the new normal is going to be hybrid. You have to get used to doing hybrid classes. You know, the instructor has to go through the stress of paying attention to 20 people here and 20 people here and still building the relationship and connection with them. So the future of dance is absolutely going hybrid. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. I know people who were doing online stuff and now they've gone back to face and forgotten online. Please, for long term sustainability of your business and of the art, make sure you're hybrid. Amar, I hope I've answered your question and thank you for asking.
Yes, thank you so much. We have one, I just have one short question, and then we can move on to the last segment and towards the end of the interview. While you make business decisions, who wins, Satyen the dancer or Satyen the businessman?
So, absolutely, now it's the businessman. Earlier, it was the dancer. It's a parabolic curve till you realize that, okay, finance is more important at this point in time. And then you make a lot of money and you feel, now I can spend more money on my passion and the art. And then again, you go back. So, it's like a constant parabolic curve, like an S curve that goes on and on. And there are phases, of course. If you're financially stable, if you've done smart investments in your business and you have a strong pipeline, the dancer wins. Because it's like, Arey yaar, you'll get the money, it'll come through. You know, we have a strong pipeline of business. If you don't have a strong pipeline, then finance dominates it. So you will experience this as any artist. You'll say, you know what, after money coming in, let me give it for free to this client. If you have no money coming in, you want to make sure every art counts. So there's no one constant answer. It's always shifting up and down. And it goes back to what's your objective at that point in time? Is my objective to make more money so I can sustain my business? Or is my objective that more people can experience my art? And having said that, nothing is right or nothing is wrong. Both are absolutely okay. Because I don't want people to look at this section of making money negatively. Because look at it from the perspective only if I make money today, I can sustain and then tomorrow expose my art to as many people as possible. So both are right. I think it purely depends on where you are on this curve. If you are in a position uh, where you are secure financially, so you can let the dancer be a bit more creative and spend 10% more of this project on props, or you're not in that position and you want to secure every money, comes in. So I hope I've answered that question right.
Amazingly, exactly to the point. I love it. Now let's move on to, like, enough. I think enough talking. I think as dancers we should move. Movement is emotion. So let's move on to the very last segment where Mr. Satyen is going to teach me a step. So I think that'll be
Ah,
great to see. Could you teach me a step on live and we could both do it? Try to synchronize with this whole online environment.
absolutely. So, one thing I love about dancing is that you can do it anywhere. You're on the metro, you're in the bus, you're just moving your shoulders, you're dancing. It's just simple fun, right? It's not restricted. So I love my upper body. I love the legs also. I'm gonna go with the hands, okay? So I love, like, when I'm thinking also, I'm constantly moving my fingers.
Ooh, nice. I
All
wish
this
I
stuff
could.
is something that I really enjoy in terms of your movement of fingers, that kind of stuff. So I really love doing all of that because it's not restricted. You could be wherever you are and you're moving. And now it's become like, if I'm sitting in a formal meeting, also, if I'm thinking like this. And people are so
Ooh,
distracted by me, and they're like, "Can you stop that, please?" So let's try this one because this is different. So you start with your index finger on one side, just push it out, and push the second one, and push the third one, and push the fourth one. So one, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One. It'll take some time. It's not going to happen overnight,
it will,
but
it will, it will.
it's a cool move to have, and it's something you can show anytime, anywhere, without being restricted. Wherever you are, sitting, standing, it doesn't matter. So that's a cool move to have. Practice and then take it forward from there.
I'm so ashamed right now. I'm a dancer and I still can't figure this out. I can do body movements. I was expecting more of that, so I was very ready to get up and dance. But then you made
Yeah,
it more
wave
difficult. I was
everything.
like, oh shit. Oh no, no, no. But thank you so much for coming here and sharing amazing knowledge. I've learned a lot, and I hope the audience is also. So thank you so much for being here. And I'd like to say this opportunity wouldn't have come if it wasn't for SP Jain and also Amchi, which is the brand that I'm working with. Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for coming with us. Stay tuned, everyone. There are more meetings and interviews coming up. The next one, in fact, is with an RJ herself. She'll be talking about how music can be a mood changer. But until then, thank you so much, Mr. Satyen, for joining us. I hope to come in to dance and learn this very soon, very very soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chinmay. Thank you, the team of Amchi, and thank you, SPJ. Have a
Thank
great
you.
day.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and I'd like to welcome each and every one of you here for the third More Than Music Masterclass for today. I am Tanishka Kamdi, and I will be your host for today's masterclass. But before I get started, I want to share a small story with you. So, when I was younger, my family and I spent a lot of time in the car, from them dropping me off to school and then going to the malls during the weekend. And amongst all of the traffic and the chaos and the noise that comes along with long car rides, there was one thing that was always a constant: the happy, cheerful smile that came bursting from the radio. And that voice never failed to make me smile and change the atmosphere of the entire car ride, and it makes everything feel lighter and nicer. And I've always wondered what it would be like to be an RJ. And thankfully, today we have a guest here with us who does exactly that. So please help me welcome the amazing radio presenter at City 1016, Mariyam Kisat, who will be talking to us about music as a mood maker. Welcome, Mariyam.
Thank you, Tanishka. That was such a beautiful introduction. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm so excited to have you here today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. I'm super excited too. And I'm telling you, you're so warm. And I love the fact that you started it with your own personal story. And I have so much to share. So let's go.
Lovely. Let's get started. So now I'm quite sure that a few people know this about you, that you actually started off as a dedicated listener of City 1016. And when you won a flight to Prague with the City 1016 team, they heard you sing on a bus ride and absolutely fell in love with your voice. And so they urged you to audition for an RJ role. So could you please take us back to that time and go through all of the emotions that you felt all the way from that bus ride to finally becoming a radio presenter?
Yeah, so actually, I'll go a little bit. So, like you said, I still am a huge fan of City 1016, and that started when I took part in a competition. And I'm not talking about flight, I'm talking about another concert that I wanted to go to. And when the radio presenter takes your name on air and tells you that you've won, you're just sold,
Mhm.
right? You just feel like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
You're just on top of the world, you're on cloud nine. And that's when continuously started listening to City 1016. And it felt so good, and I always used to practice being a radio presenter when I used to drive back home to Sharjah. So I used to stay in Sharjah. So from JLT, I used to drive back home to Sharjah. I used to keep listening to City 1016, and
Oh,
I used to prep myself, not knowing that this will be my future. And well, coming
oh
to,
my goodness.
Flight City 1016, I took part in it once
Mhm.
again. And when I won, I was at my job, and I started shouting with joy in front of my boss. And he was
Oh
just
my
like,
gosh.
wrong with you? And I was like, I won to Prague with the entire team of City 1016. It's just not that I'm flying with the team. So
Yeah.
sat there, and luckily my friend also won the same trip, and she
Oh.
was the person who basically just pushed me to do something like this. So she's like, you know what, she sings, let her sing. And I sang, we played Antakshari. I went back home after Prague. They called me in for unplugged shows. They asked me to sing during their shows. So it was Karishma and Tarun who was
Oh,
doing the drive time show. And I started singing. I then begged them begged, and in fact, I kept pushing them. Can you please make me a voiceover artist? I'd love to,
oh
love to
wow.
do some ads for you. So I
Mhm.
went on and I started doing all of those in between another job that I was doing. And then they asked me to audition. Surreal, right? It's
That's
all
just
written.
amazing. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, when I first heard your story, that's exactly what I thought. That like everything is planned out in one way or another. But yeah, I
Absolutely.
really want to know more about you as an RJ, because I feel like most people sort of like underestimate or may not fully understand what being an RJ entails, and they may even sometimes overlook certain essential parts of the job. So, what would you like to clear up or sort of like educate people about being an RJ?
So there are a lot of questions that people ask me that, you know what, why you just have the 3 hour show that you do and that's it? You just
Hmm.
go on air, talk for a minute or two, and that's it. And that's it. When they say that, it pinches you a little bit, because there's so much more to that. There's so much that goes behind all of this, right? So first things
Right.
first, being a radio presenter is a 24-hour job. It's not just during the show. Like,
Hmm.
let's say I'm having a conversation with you and I really find your questions interesting. I will kind of twist it and I'll put that up on my show. And we're continuously thinking of content. Creating content for any
Right.
content creator is a 24-hour job, right?
That's so
And
true.
now radio
Yeah.
has become so visual, Tanishka, that you have to up your game in every way. Let it be just on radio, let it be on social
Hmm.
media. It is
Yeah.
super visual as well. You have to think about your content on social media that sometimes cannot go on air. So they're two separate
Hmm.
things, right? And
Yeah.
the most difficult part is it's live, right?
Right.
It's
Yeah.
live radio. It's not just that we go on air, everything. Yes, we do practice, we do all of that. We script it, we write it down, but that again
Hmm.
is a lot of work before going just for that 2 minutes on air. So there's a lot
Right.
of yeah, a lot, it's glamorous, but at the same time, there's a lot of hard work, just like, of course, any other field. But yeah, I'd like to clear that it's not just a 3 hour or a 4 hour show. We go and we just speak and play music. Nothing like that. There's a lot of practice that goes behind, and it's a 24-hour job. You're continuously on,
Hmm. Yeah. Oh, I mean, you've said so many wonderful things in just this one answer, but I really love to go deep in each and every aspects of the things that you've mentioned here. So, first, I'd like to talk more about like the live aspect of it, as you said, right? Because I have personally been nervous trying to prepare for this interview because knowing that it is live, so anything I say, it is as it is, and thinking that that is your job and that's what you do every single day. So, how do you sort of deal with that pressure, or and also if you do eventually mess up, like everyone has those moments, how do you deal with them and how do you get out of them quickly?
So I'll tell you a little bit what happened to me actually 2 days ago. Okay, so my
Okay.
mic wasn't on when I was speaking. And
Oh.
yeah, so whenever I go on air, that word is called a link. So every time we talk to a
Okay.
person, okay, it's my time, I have a link coming up. So that's the
All right.
term that I'd love to share. Second thing,
Okay.
so it was my time to go on air, and the
Hmm.
music behind was had started playing, but my
Okay.
voice, I I didn't know what to do. I knew that I was not on air. My mic wasn't working.
Hmm. Hmm.
What to do then? Thankfully, 10
Yeah.
seconds later, my mic stopped work. My mic started working, and all I said is, "Oh my
Okay.
God, I forgot to switch on the mic. It's okay, this happens." And then I put it on to our listeners and I interacted with them. What are the
Hmm.
biggest mishaps that's happened during your job or during your school project or college
Oh, that's
project? And
amazing.
you just kind of interact, because the best thing about live is people know it's live and they're okay with us fumbling or making this. It
Right.
makes us human, it makes us relatable, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what happens, right? I just put it up on them and then I got so many answers and it was so much fun. I felt better too.
Yeah, I think that human element definitely makes it more interesting in a way, knowing that like you are also a person and on the other end of that line, and like and also coming to the visual aspect of it, as you said, because I remember years ago, like RJs wouldn't really have a face to them. Like it was like, oh, we're listening to their voice every day. We know their names, but we don't really know what they look like. So, could you talk about like how the shift happened and when it happened exactly, and like how did it become so visual? Because you think that, oh, having a good voice is the one thing you need to be an RJ, but today that isn't enough. So yeah, what do you think about that?
So I'll tell you, I think every time we think of a particular project, let's make it a small project. Let's say you're doing a project on fashion. Okay,
Hmm.
the first thing
Okay.
that comes to your mind is, how can I make it the biggest? How can I make it the most viral? How will I make sure that my teacher likes it or my friends like it? You will market it,
Mm-hmm.
you will talk to them about it, you will tell them
Yeah.
that this is what you're doing. And I feel
Hmm.
with social media coming into the picture and just booming like it just is, I feel like everybody wants to up their game, everybody wants to tell everyone that this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. And I think we all can agree that when it becomes visual, it's more appealing to people. And I
Yeah.
feel like that's exactly how it started. I feel like radio, yes, it's extremely, you don't really need the visuals. Let's just be honest, we don't really need it. But these days, it's become
Hmm.
so important. Let it be for the clients, let it be for our listeners. And it's always nice to put a face to the voice that you're hearing
Right.
on air. So that's where it all comes from. And of course, radio is very relatable, just like social media is. If you see a lot of content creators, they put in
Yeah.
a lot of relatable content. And I feel like that radio just up we just up our game being on both platforms, right? We try
I
to
agree.
bring everybody on social media, and then we tell everyone to come back on air. So it's a cycle, and I feel that's where it stems from, just to tell everyone and that we are the best, we want to do this, and we are doing this, you have to follow us. So
Yeah.
it's just a cycle.
Yeah. I understand. Yeah. And another thing that you mentioned was that people often say that, oh, just 3 hour shift, that's all that is your job. But then, like, when you really put it in perspective, like you as an RJ, and like at the time where you play as well, like you have such an important role in the lives of the people that are listening to you. Albeit just 3 hours of their day, like you can actually have you have the power to change their entire mood and like make them feel better about if they had like a crappy day. So like how important is the impact of the music that you play for them? Because that obviously has an effect on them as well. So yeah.
So okay, Tanishka, I'll ask you one question. Think of your favorite
Hmm.
song. Okay,
Okay.
what does
Yeah.
that song do to you? Why do you listen
It
to that song?
makes me feel good.
Exactly. It's a stress buster. It's a stress relief,
Hmm.
right? And the best thing about my show, Chill Tonight, I'm plugging it in.
Go for it.
Chill Tonight. It's a night show, and I
Yeah.
have very strong music, very, very diehard music lovers. They might even know a lot more than what I do. And
Mm,
they know exactly what they want to hear. They know what mood they're in. So it becomes easy for me because it's a request show.
right.
And let's say it's not a request show. How do I know what to put in, right?
Yeah.
We'll come back to that later. But in my
Hmm.
show, what I do is I talk to them. I ask them, what does this song do to you, like I just did? And
Mm,
they tell me, you know what, this reminds me of my first love, or this is the song that was played when I was just going for my first interview and I got the job, and it's been 10 years, I'm still on it. It's nice to listen to those stories. They relive the moments, and it makes you feel good. Honestly, it's a
yeah.
very feel good moment. Even if you're upset, right? Music is such a big stress buster. I feel like when you
Hmm.
relate to a song, that's the best
Yeah.
feeling ever. I listen to a song, I'm like, oh my god, this is my life. I think they've written it on
Yeah.
me. We've said this, I think, at least once in
Yeah.
our life
I
about a
feel
song.
that like a lot of times. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's so relatable. Like I say, radio is all about
Mhm.
relatability. And when you feel that with a song, you feel like people hear you, people understand what you're going through, and you're not alone. And I feel that those are the stories that come out during my show, at least, and that's what we talk about,
Hmm.
relive it, and the feeling of nostalgia and everything just makes it even better, right? It's a
Right.
stress buster at
Yeah.
the end of the day.
Hmm. And like, I feel like music has been a part of your life. Like, you started off with dance and then all the way up until college. And then after that, you got into singing. So, what was it about music that gravitated to you? Like, apart from just the feeling of it, like, how did you get into it? How did it become such an important part of your life?
Even as a kid or while growing up, you have a lot of,
Hmm.
let's say you have a lot of things, like you fight with your sister, or then you argue with your
Yeah.
mama or your papa,
Mm.
like, I want to go out, what's wrong, I want to go out, don't stop me. You get
Yeah.
upset and you don't want to talk to them. You go inside, and the first thing you do is just put on some music and just like listen to it, right?
Yeah. Mm.
I saw myself moving to music and that feeling the joy of just listening to music and forgetting what just happened, makes me feel like,
Mm.
music can do so much to me, as a
Yeah.
person. And I feel like when that happened, I knew I wanted to get into dance. I knew when I go for my dance practices, I'm going to feel so much better. And
Hmm.
I knew when I sing, if I want to take a range, if I want to take a screaming song, if I want to take a really
Yeah.
loud song, that's because I'm angry. If I'm
Mm.
feeling loved, if I feel really nice, I'll take a nice soft song. And I feel so good. I feel like it does so much to you when you know that you can do something about it. When you see yourself in the mirror dancing to a
Right.
song and you feel like, okay, you know what? You're doing so well. It makes you feel so much better. I mean, what else do you want, right?
Right. Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so this is something that I personally wanted to know. Is that like as humans, all of us have those days where we just like get up on the wrong side of the bed and we like just feel a bit groggy or a bit sad or upset for whatever reason it might be. But like since your job is to be that cheerful, happy person that brings up everyone all of the time, so how do you deal with you feeling sad yourself? How do you go around it? How do you make yourself feel better? Or like if there's just nothing you can do, what then?
I feel like, Tanishka, you might be going through some stuff right now, but you're putting in a smile and you're interviewing me right now, right? I
Yeah.
feel like in every job, not just job, even if I'm meeting a few people, I'm not gonna talk, I'm
Mm-hmm.
not gonna tell them, what this is what's happening in my life. I'm upset. I feel like I think we all have that kind of sense to get distracted. I distract myself when I'm on air, even if I'm upset
Oh.
or whatever. So I use that.
Mm-hmm.
If I
Okay.
don't, then you never know. My show might get affected. The people who want to listen to
Right.
me, who are just looking at a happy voice, might just feel like, you know what, this is too sad. Let's shift. You do not, you want to be
Yeah.
distracted yourself, and I feel like you should put that energy out there, and you should just ask people. Like, let's say I'm upset today, I'll ask my
Yeah.
listeners a question about, you know what, one happy moment or one small thing that you'd like to share that made you so happy this year. They'll tell me their happy stories, and I'll feel nice. I'll feel, yes, I'm upset, and I feel like, oh my god, what's happening? But at the same time, I will be distracted. So you put in your energy
Right.
out there, and I feel like, people do a lot to you. That's why I love talking to people. That's why I love, understanding their stories. It's so new and it's so different. It literally distracts you
Hmm.
from everything else. So I put in my
Yeah.
energy out there. I bring in the good vibes from our listeners. So that's exactly what I do. And everyone goes through problems. I feel like you should just leave that
Mm-hmm.
aside and do your job at the end of the day.
Right. Yeah. That's amazing. Um, so this is a sort of like idea I had about being an RJ initially, which was like, how do you sit in a room and talk to no one? Because you can't really see who's on the other side, right? And you're all alone in a room and you're talking and you're trying to like have this energy about you, but like there's nothing being reciprocated as such. Like request shows are different for sure because you're actually interacting with the people and talking to them. But then, like, have you ever done segments where it's just been you talking? And if so, like, how did you go about it?
Yeah, so even my show or any other show on the radio,
Mhm.
any station for that matter, it is
Yeah.
more interactive. Like we like to hear people out. We like to, like I said, relate to them and all of that. But yes,
Right.
I remember that was my question when I had a 2 week training before because I was very new to radio. So I had a 2 weeks
Mm-hmm.
training before I joined. I came on air, and my boss told me that, Mariam, put a picture of your best friend in front of you. Okay, talk to that best
Okay.
friend, and I literally did that. Not my best friend's picture, but
Oh my
I
God.
took my so I think, I don't know if I have it also, but I took my teddy bear, okay,
Uh-huh.
and I put it in front of me, and I spoke to the teddy bear thinking that's my best friend. And on radio you don't
Wow.
really say you guys, we don't say you guys, we say you. We refer to
Hmm.
radio as one person. And that's what I
Right.
learned during the training. Sometimes it's okay, but I always feel like I'm talking to a best friend. And now the only difference is now I just don't need the teddy bear. I just know that
Wow.
I'm talking to a lot of my friends. So I feel like, when I talk on the radio, and that was one exercise that actually really, really helped me. How to be just myself, right? How to be myself, how to be very natural. You're just exactly doing that with your best friend. Do the same thing on radio.
That's wonderful. Like I honestly did not know about this at all. So like learning about this is blowing my mind because yeah, I
Yeah.
can see how that would work. But I also had another question related to this.
Yeah.
So like there was this trend going around. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, but it was like the announcer trend where presenters like take a video of themselves and they talk in their like presenter voice and then they change and then they do the voice that they usually talk. And there's usually like a pretty stark difference and it makes people laugh how like contrasting they are. So I
Correct.
wanted to know not just with like changing your voice but also like your persona as like RJ Mariyam and also as the Mariyam who's with their friends or family. So how do you go between those two?
So I'll be honest though, when I joined radio for the first time, I was told to just be myself. The only difference is the voice modulation. Like if I just talk to my best friend, I'm not going to think of my voice being great. I'll just go like, yeah,
Yeah.
just what, whatever. You know, I just
Uh-huh.
need to be more clear on radio. And that is
Right.
honestly, I'm being very transparent. That's exactly the only difference. If you meet me in person and if you hear me on the radio, you will feel that
Mm-hmm.
you're meeting the same person. It's
Oh
easy to
wow.
be yourself than to be somebody else. And that is what I was told, and it makes sense. It's so easy to just be myself on the radio. I talk about what happens to me. The other day my mom started bargaining with a shopkeeper, and from 500 dirhams she got it down to 150. I said that on
Uh-huh.
air. I just spoke about how embarrassing it was for me, and you should have seen how people just, you know, I would never
Mm.
think about how people would judge me,
Right.
what, all those things. You should just stop thinking about that. Just be yourself, tell
Mm-hmm.
exactly what the story is, be as middle class as you are. Like I am middle class, I'm being middle class on air, you know
Uh-huh.
you get what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I speak
Yeah,
about
yeah.
middle class stuff on air. So it's just that, just be yourself. There's not a major change except for the fact that I can't abuse on air. And of course my voice modulation, I
Mm-hmm.
have to just be more clear and a little bit, I have to think about a few things before I just
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like that transparency about you is what makes you you, and like what makes people really feel better about listening to you. Because if they have someone that's talking about issues or problems that they can't really relate to, then what
yeah,
is the point of listening? Like I get that, okay, like you're getting a new perspective, but then on the other hand, when you feel like maybe no one thinks the same way as you, or like, no one is out there that like has the same thoughts as me or like the stories as me, but then when you come out there and you share them, I feel like that definitely gives people like a way of like relatability or feeling like, oh, I'm not alone, and like this is okay, it's fine that this is this way for me. So yeah, I think that's really wonderful.
absolutely. We're on
Yeah,
YouTube right now. So Tanishka, do you follow a few YouTubers? Like, do you follow a few bloggers or content creators?
yeah, for sure I do. Yeah,
So you'll also notice this trend where a lot of people are talking about how YouTubers used to be so relatable, and when they start
I've
making
seen. Yeah.
money, they just
Hmm.
show off all their big, these expensive purses and this huge
Yeah.
house that they've taken, and people don't relate to them anymore, and they don't like their content anymore. So it's the
Yeah.
same thing with radio. It's the same thing with radio. That's just an example I wanted to share because that's what I go through with a few YouTubers and their content
Hmm.
as well.
Right. Yeah, I've definitely seen the same, and I feel the same way about that as well. Because when
Yeah,
YouTubers are starting out and you see them, and it feels like them and you are at a similar place in life. So it feels
yeah,
so nice to see them like talk about their issues. It feels actually just like you're talking to a friend, even though they are
exactly.
addressing like thousands of people out there. So yeah. Also wanted to know another thing. You have like various ways of interacting with your audience, right? Like they could text you or they could call you, and then there's another aspect of it where you have like live shows in malls and things like that. So what is really your favorite part about it? How do you go around with interacting with the people in different ways, and like how do you feel when you finally get to see the people in real life? Because I feel like they go like you would have the same reaction as them because you're also seeing them for the first time. So how does that experience
Yeah.
play out?
So first, coming to your first question, what do I really miss? What do I really love? I love being
Yeah.
on stage. I love being on stage because yes, I love my mic. I love being in the studio, but I know there are people listening to me, but
Yeah.
they're not there, right?
Yeah.
They're not there. On stage, that energy is right in front of you. It's just easy to get that energy out of you while talking to them. And like I said, it's nice to put a face to the voice. Even when our listeners who message regularly, if they come and tell me, oh
Yeah.
my God, Mariam, remember us? We've messaged you. We always, whenever I talk to a listener, whenever I talk to someone, I
Mhm.
always picture an image in my mind that they might look like this, right? When I
Yeah.
see them in
Yeah.
person, it just feels like, oh my God, I'm finally meeting you. It's so nice.
Yeah.
And the warmth, the comfort in just meeting people face to face is just another level altogether. I feel like they will also know you more. They'll know you more if they
Yeah.
meet you in person, and at the same time, it's a it's a give and take
Mm.
situation. And on stage, the energy is completely different. After doing a show alone in that one room,
Yeah.
coming back on stage is just a different feeling.
That's amazing. Yeah. I wanted to know, like, since you spoke about, like, after the live shows, I wanted to know, like, how do you really feel after a show on air gets over? Like, what is the biggest or most, like, usual feeling that comes across you once you finish the show?
So, like I said, it's a 24-hour job. Immediately, I feel like, okay, you know what? I did not do
Mm.
this today, so I'm going to talk about this tomorrow. So then I write it down.
Right.
So that's the first thing that comes to my mind. Like, what's that one thing that I didn't talk about that I could have today, and I could have
Mm-hmm.
I'll just write it down and do the same thing for tomorrow. But because mine is my show is in the night, I feel like there's more. Okay, we're done for the day. Can just go home. Okay, listen to the
Yeah.
music. I listen to my station. I know I'm obsessed, but I listen to my station while driving back home as well, just to
Hmm.
understand the feel. I think I love the feeling on the station, especially after midnight as well. So I listen to my station. I feel like, okay, you know what? This is what's going to play on my show tomorrow. I want this song on my show tomorrow, and that's what.
Mm.
There's just a feeling of I'm done for the day. Let's just go back home and chill, listen to music. Again, music comes in the way. It's always music. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, Tanishka. It's always music.
Yeah, that's wonderful. So we actually have a question from one of our viewers right now. So would you love to answer it? Okay. So,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
how does it feel knowing that you have the power to change people's moods using music by Schoolboy?
Hi, schoolboy. Okay. How does it feel? It feels surreal. I feel like, these days, especially when someone's going through a lot in their life, to just make them smile for 2 minutes can do so much to you as a person, as an individual. If I feel like you're upset, Tanishka, and I just speak to you
Mhm.
for 2 minutes and you smile,
Yeah.
it I feel like that's one very important trait that someone can have in them,
Hmm.
right? it's
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah.
power. Honestly, it's a power to just understand what's
Yeah.
going on in that person's mind. Maybe that person does not even want to talk about it. They just want a
Hmm.
distraction. You're there to just
Yeah.
be a distraction to them. But if you can do that even for 2 minutes, it's just, you've done your job right, and you know that you can be there for somebody.
Yeah.
And it is
Yeah.
a power. It
Definitely.
feels like you have a good power in your hand, right?
Yeah. It's almost like a superpower. Like changing people's moods
Exactly.
can be considered that. Yeah. Um.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if there is someone out there right now who is feeling upset or a bit negative, so what would you suggest them to do to lift their moods up or to change the way that they're thinking right
So if, let's say, you're upset, again, I'm coming to you, but
now?
let's say if you are upset and you
Yeah.
feel like, what to do now, what to do now,
Mm, mm.
do 5 minutes of what you love. So tell me, do you like reading a book? What do you like doing? Even tell me
Um,
anything that you
I wanted to say listening to music, but that'll become too cliche. I love going for a run.
going for a run. Do that for 10
Mm.
minutes, do that for 5 minutes. When you run, when I gym or when I'm running, I feel like I'm
Yeah,
taking out all my anger out, you know do
yeah.
5 minutes of what you love. That's the biggest stress buster ever. Sometimes you might not even feel like doing anything. Sleep if you want to sleep. You can't do anything,
Mm-hmm.
you're at work, it's fine, go
Yeah.
down, just sit on your own. It's okay to
Mm.
have your alone time. It's okay to
Yeah.
have your me time. Sometimes we all do that. I sit alone for a while, my mom comes and asks me, what's wrong? There's nothing wrong.
Mm.
It's okay to have your alone time. Obviously
Right.
your parents or your friends will care for you, but that's very normal. And I feel like, what? Sometimes people just need space. We are bombarded with information, we're bombarded with
Mm-hmm.
troubles all around us. You just need to
Yeah.
just disconnect from everything for just 5 minutes also every day. Put your phone down, put your devices down, sit
Mm.
and just look in the sky. Just look up for 5 minutes. I do that. It's a great exercise and it really helps.
Yeah, I could definitely see how it could help. Like, I feel like you're right. If you just take a little bit of time to disconnect from everything, it
Yeah.
could really help you feel better. So yeah, thank you
Absolutely.
so much
And
for that.
sorry, even Schoolboy's question mentioned, how do I do it through music? Because
Hmm.
my show is a request show. I feel like whenever someone wants to listen to a song, like I said earlier, they will tell me what song they want to listen to. So I talk to
Right.
them and I tell them on air that what is it and why do you want to listen to this song. So they kind of bring it out what's really upsetting them here and there, what will make them happy. So when you talk about it, it might feel better. And
Hmm.
making sure that they are heard, making sure that people
Right.
are there who are going through the same thing and I relate to him, I understand what you're going through, and then playing their song.
Yeah.
It's a stress buster, and at the same time you also feel like, yes, I've spoken to someone who really gets me, who really understands. So through music and of
Yeah.
course being a radio presenter, that's how we do it, and that feels great. That feels really nice. Like I said, bringing a smile to someone's face and making them feel that there is someone for them feels really good.
Wow. Yeah, I bet it does. And how do you also go through like during your show, do you usually have like a theme that you want to go by, or do you just take requests as and when they come? Because it might be a bit abrupt if a listener is listening to a really soothing, sad song, and then the next request is something like really upbeat and like happy,
Yeah.
exciting. So how do you go about with that? How do you plan around it?
That's where my job as a radio presenter comes in. So to break the flow, I come in and I speak about something. So let's say
Yeah.
I'm playing a romantic song, and the next request is it's a big, huge dance number. So I
Yeah.
pop in and I talk about the song that I just played. And moving
Mhm.
on, I know a lot of you are in love, but there are some people who are single and just want to party. And right
Mhm.
now, what I'm going to do is just up the tempo a little bit and give a little trivia about that song, if I know of any or if I've
Oh.
read of anything. And then I move on to it. So people are interested in knowing about what has happened behind the scenes, the making of the
Yeah.
song or the particular movie. So they will listen to that song as well. So I just pop in between just to break the flow of the music that we're playing, and then I move on with a trivia. So that's one way
Wow.
I do it.
So it's really the segues that matter then, and making them more invested in what's about to come. Wow, I never really
Exactly.
thought of it that way. That's amazing. Yeah. Okay, so since the topic for today is music as a mood maker, I'd like to do like a quick rapid fire round with you where I would give you an emotion, and then I'd want you to tell me of the first song that makes you feel that way, or a song that you're reminded of when you hear of that emotion. So are you ready?
All right. Yes.
Okay. So the first one is happy.
Happy? I think
Mm-hmm.
Muskarane Ki Wajah. It's a love song, but it also makes me really happy. It's an
Wow.
Arijit Singh song.
Okay. Yes, I've heard it. Sad.
Sad. Tadap Tadap Ke Is Dil from Hum Dil De Chuke
Oh
Sanam.
my goodness.
It is super sad. There are two actually. Can I take another song?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
And it's Tanhai from Dil Chahta Hai as well. I think whenever
Oh.
someone's upset, they'd want
Mm-hmm.
me to play Tanhai by Sonu Nigam or Tadap Tadap
Mm-hmm.
Ke from Hum Dil De Chuke
Mm-hmm.
Sanam.
I mean, on this note, what do you think about like people that want to listen to sad songs to make themselves feel better in a way? Like, do you think it really works that way, or do you not?
I feel like it's really okay. It's really okay to listen to a sad song when you're feeling upset. Maybe they want to cry it out, and maybe they just
Mm-hmm.
need that one little trigger for them to just bring it all out. And that's exactly why they listen to a sad song. Or maybe they just really like or they relate to the lyrics of that sad song, which is another really
Mm-hmm.
good way of handling your feelings. Just listening to a song that you relate to. And I feel it's totally normal to do that. When I'm upset, I first listen to a sad song so that I can just take it all out, take it all out. I'm not the
Mm-hmm.
only person, the only person going through this. And then when
Yeah.
I'm done with that, a dance number directly.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. So on that note, what song makes you feel excited?
What song makes me feel excited? Okay, I'm a pretty 90s 2000 kid, okay? So I'm gonna
Okay.
give you a very nice 2000 song. It's Jhoom Barabar Jhoom. I love I
Oh
love
my
that song. It
goodness,
has
I
so
love
much
that
energy.
song. Me
I know, right?
too.
It has so
Yeah.
much energy.
Yeah,
I love it.
it is an amazing song. I love how much energy that song has because anyways, when I
Exactly.
was a kid, I used to just stand and just keep turning around and around because I was like, wow, like this, it
Right?
makes me feel like that. Yeah.
Yes, I
Okay.
know. It has so much energy.
Yeah. Okay. And lastly, what song makes you feel calm?
What song makes me feel calm? Okay, so this new song by Ritviz, it's Ud Gaye.
Okay.
Even the
Oh,
video, if you see, even if the video of that song, if you see, it has
mhm,
it's such a different feel good vibe.
yeah.
The video is so funky. They're old people coming and doing hip hop or trying at least, it's so nice to
Uh-huh.
see that. Even the music of it, you can go and check it out. It's Ud Gaye by Ritviz.
Okay.
It's a very
Mhm.
it's a very feel good song. It makes me feel calm and happy at the same time.
Oh, that's amazing. So, I mean, we're nearing the end of this interview, and I really don't want to let you go. But before we go, I love it, and I'm sure that everyone watching right now would also love it if they got to hear your beautiful voice. So, if you could please sing any song that you like for us, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I need a reason to sing, I'll tell you. Because when I
Uh
sing
huh.
at home, my
Hmm.
sister and my parents like, oh, just shh, shh. you know, because I continuously sing. That's how I practice. I've never been trained, so I
Hmm.
that's what I do. Okay, so I'll sing Khamoshia, another Arijit Singh song.
I love that
That's
song.
you. Oh, awesome. Okay, I'm gonna sing that right
Okay.
now. खामोशियाँ आवाज है तू सुन ले तो आओ कभी छू कर तुम्हें खिल जाएगी घर इनको बुलाओ कभी बेकरार है बातें करने को कहने दो इनको जरा खामोशियाँ तेरी मेरी खामोशियाँ खामोशियाँ लिपटी हुई खामोशियाँ
Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. I wish I was
was
also
so
blessed
happy
with such a
singing it.
beautiful voice so I could sing with you. But yeah, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Um, I'm
Oh
once
boy.
again so honored that you've been here with us, and I'm so glad that everyone here was able to listen to your wonderful stories and your wonderful thoughts, and of course, your wonderful song. So, yeah, once again, I'd like to thank everyone here for tuning in today for today's Music as a Mood Maker Masterclass brought to you by SP Jain and Amchi. I'd also like to urge everyone to stay back as there will be another guest session hosted at 1 p.m. GST. And once again, just thank you so much, Mariyam, for coming here. It has been a pleasure and an honor. This
And
is
I have to
Tanishka
tell you,
Kamdi.
Tanishka,
Oh,
you did
yeah.
so well, so well. My first interview with someone, oh my God, I don't know what I was doing. You
Mm-hmm.
were amazing. I think you really,
Oh,
really
thank you
deserve
so
this.
much.
You're amazing. And thank you so much, SP Jane and Amchi, for this. It's lovely, lovely. It was lovely being here and talking about my story.
Thank you so much. It was brilliant having you here. Thank you once again. And yeah, this has been More Than Music Masterclass.
Hello, everyone. We are back from our short break, and for those who have just tuned in, well, get ready as we are about to have a multi skilled and well accomplished musician with us this very hour. I'm American, and I'll be your host for this masterclass, Behind the Music. In the lines of being well accomplished, our guest is the music composer behind several shows, such as the season 1 of the Netflix series Justice, the opening titles of History Channel 6, and the films Godchildren, Black Sheep, Ruman, and Dayfly. He has also worked on several of the best selling indie albums in the UAE and composed music for some of the region's best known brands, including Audi, Do, and TEDx. Well, that's a lot of things coming from just one man himself, and I'm sure you're as intrigued as I am. So don't hold back your questions and feel free to ask them in the comments section, which the maestro will answer himself. Without further ado, let us welcome our special guest, Reiner Erlings.
Hi, thank you
Hi,
so much for that
Reiner.
wonderful introduction.
How are you doing?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, I would just like to take this time to thank you for actually being here with us right now. And I'm sure the SP Jain and Amchi community are thrilled to learn a lot from you this afternoon.
I'm so happy to answer any questions you have, and yeah, thank you again for having me on this platform. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and happy to be part of it.
All right. So, Reiner, you are an award-winning composer, producer, songwriter, and multi-instrumentalist. Like that's a lot of things in one human. Where can you say it
Well, if
all
you say it like
began?
that, yeah, if you say it like that, it sounds like a lot of things, but they're really all part of the same thing. They're all part of the same kind of set of skills that allow you to kind of venture into different directions, all within the music industry, I would say. So, yeah, I don't really look at it like separate disciplines. I kind of see it like being a well-rounded kind of musician in general. So those are all things that come into play in different aspects of the music industry. But to get to your question, where it all began, I think probably childhood would be the place where it started. I mean, both my parents were really into music, and they were very supportive of me from childhood onwards to play music, to play in bands. I remember going to piano lessons with my dad. My mom's family is very musical, so I think I got some from that too. And I was always involved with music, always loved music, always interested in the latest music that was on the radio, trying to play things. So I think I picked up my interest in music and playing instruments from a young age, but obviously I never really thought that it's something I could do professionally until much later on, until after college actually. But yeah, where it
Wow.
started is probably childhood.
So, like you said, it wasn't something you had like a career path you had in mind. So, how did you actually get from not knowing that it was to, oh, this is it?
So that's actually an interesting because I studied business. I went to university and have a degree in commerce, and never really, all throughout my studies, never considered doing music as a career or doing it professionally, or that could even be something that I would be able to do after graduating. So I had kind of a career in mind in consulting and very business-like stuff like strategy, things like that. And it wasn't until after I graduated that I felt this urge to kind of pursue something different and give it a try for just like a year or two to see what would happen. And at that time, I didn't even really know what the music industry meant, what the different roles were within the industry, what directions you could take. I just knew that I wanted to be a songwriter and a kind of like a pop producer, producing pop music. But obviously, I didn't know anything about that. But
Yeah.
thankfully, my parents were very supportive of me at that time, and I was able to spend a year or two kind of just exploring that. And it's in that year or two when I moved to London where I kind of learned the foundation of what later became my career as a music producer, and eventually led to me also composing and doing what I do now.
Wow. So you said that you took up actually a business course in college and then pursued music very later on. So, like, what were like the initial setbacks you have? Because like usually we start like musicians and artists or producers who saw this as a career path would start very, very early on in their life, you know? But then didn't that ever like occur to you that, oh, like I'm really late into the show and all that? Like, what was it like for you then?
I mean, at that time, I think I didn't. Now, if you go to like Instagram or Facebook, you'll see a lot of producers and people, very young, as young as 15,
Yeah.
16, making beats, putting them out there. But fortunately for me, when I started, that wasn't a thing yet.
Oh.
And so I think I had less people to compare myself to. So I never really
Yeah.
felt the age as a thing. And I never really felt that I hadn't studied it as being like a limiting factor, because this is an industry and this is a business where you learn things through experience and by doing it. And when I moved to London, I actually didn't know anything about recording music, about writing music, about doing anything. I just knew it was something I wanted to do. And through a series of, fortunate incidences, I ended up meeting someone who is still my writing partner till this day. We work a lot together. And he actually had about 10 years more experience than me at that time. And it was through working with him and through other people that I kind of learned the basics of recording and production and songwriting. And that's what allowed me to develop into a producer later on. So it was kind of not something that I consciously thought of, like, oh, this is something I'm doing now as a career, even though it's already a little bit too late to do it. Those thoughts didn't really occur to me. And so, but looking back, it is interesting that that's how it happened.
So you could say that you were self-taught with everything that you're into right now?
Well,
Or
I
did you
can't
like
really say
take
that because,
courses?
you learn how to do things from others.
Huh.
So, I didn't go to school for it, but I don't think
Yeah.
that you can really go to school for a lot of the aspects that come with this career. But you do have to learn from someone. And, the two main ways you learn is from watching someone else do it, and someone teaching you, and you
Yeah.
also practicing and doing it yourself. So the basics of recording and arrangement production I learned from Dan, who is still someone I work with very closely. But from there on, you start to do it yourself and you start to practice it. And then over the years, you develop your own skill set, your own sound, and you just evolve and develop it further. But obviously, to get started, the initial plug or the initial phase, it's always good to work with someone. And I was very fortunate to meet some incredible people early on, incredible studios where I was able to work, and people who had very specific skill sets who I was able to learn from in those days.
Wow.
But I still continue to kind of learn new things every week.
Yeah, I
almost.
think
So
like
it's an ongoing process.
yeah, I think all kinds of art is always like an ongoing process, and there's always something new to learn. And I can say no one's ever really the expert of everything, as we are all like learners and of our very art.
Absolutely, yeah. That's I think one of the definitions of being an artist, that you're always exploring new things and always
Yeah.
learning new things and trying new things. It's
And
that kind
growing,
of
yeah.
curiosity that allows you to grow and express yourself artistically.
Well, as mentioned earlier, you have composed music for various purposes, ads, films, shows, and all of those are like different things also. So would you mind taking us through your creative process of how you come about different musics for different purposes?
So that's interesting because it very much depends on what it is that I'm working on. Just to give you a bit
Yeah.
of an overview, like my background, I started off as a music producer and a songwriter, and back in London, working with a lot of local bands and artists, and kind of working with their music and contributing to the songwriting process and crafting their songs. This was all like unsigned independent bands, things like that. That led me to a job in Dubai at a large production facility that was here at the time, where I kind of did the same thing I did in London, but I did it with artists from this region. And in those days, it was very much about artists coming in, working with their specific songs in order to kind of create music that was something that they wanted to put out. So you kind of, as a producer, you put a little bit of I wouldn't say that it's my creative process, but I'm a part of someone else's creative process and help facilitate them into doing that. But I think that process where the end product is not yours, but you still give yourself to it, is something that I was later able to apply to my work in composing music for ads and films, where again, it's not music that's being necessarily released by me as a standalone piece. It's something that I do in aid of whatever the film is or the end product. So if a director comes to me with a short film or a film that they need music of a particular direction of music for, or if I'm doing it for an ad, it's that same process of being able to interpret what the end goal is of what you're working on, and combine that with the director's description of what you're looking for and the experience that I have from working with artists before, to be able to put it all together into something that works. So the creative process, just to get back to your question, it really varies. But I think, if I had to really simplify it, I think it would be understanding what the goal is of what I'm working on, and then finding the correct inspiration for that. So for example, let's take an example. If it's an ad, and the ad is, let's say, for a brand like Nike, that is very up-tempo, and it's all about energy and people running and exercising and things like that, then obviously that's going to be in the back of my mind. My inspiration might be to go to look at various types of tribal rhythms and percussive sets, and then use that as inspiration to create something there, but maybe give it like a twist, like make everything a little bit more electronic, or kind of add some distortion to it, or do something or the other to make it a bit more interesting. But that's just one example. It really varies from project to project.
Okay, there's actually this one, it's not an ad per se, but like it's a project that you worked on, and it was do sonic branding.
Yeah.
And I was listening to it like on repeat, because I don't know, like like when I think of do, I only think of a SIM card that I used back when I was in Dubai. And I don't know, like it's nothing emotional to me, like it's a SIM card. But then when I went through the music that you composed for it, it was very, I don't know, it was very emotional and moving. So I'm really curious, like, what was your thought process behind that specific ad?
Well, first of all, thank you very much. That's very kind of you to say. This is part of what I do, for the most part these days, which is sonic branding. And that is, in a nutshell, the process of taking a brand like Do and translating what they stand for and their identity into something musical. And usually that would be like a jingle and music that they can use for various purposes, like the one that you heard, that they can play on their phone systems when you call them, or when you walk into a branch, where when you hear it, you have an emotional response and you feel like a connection with the brand. So the fact that you said that is really, really great. And I'll take that as a big compliment. So in this case, how this came about is that Do actually commissioned me directly to work on this. So they had already established their visual brand for many years, as I'm sure you know, as you must have seen when you were living in Dubai. But they didn't really have like a complete set of sonic works that they could use, in various applications. So they wanted me to translate their visual brand and the famous Do jingle, which at that point they already had, into something musical. So I actually created the entire composition based on the Do jingle, the do 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 do, those notes.
Oh yeah.
The whole composition is based on those notes. But I took the skill of those notes and created a new piece of music around it. And the idea behind it was to take the listener on a journey, so that you kind of have this ebb and flow to the music, where you feel like you're going somewhere. And I wanted to make use of a lot of regional instrumentation, and make sure that people feel like, okay, this is kind of a local brand that we can be proud of. And this is a brand that is established firmly in this region, for the people of this region. Yet anyone from all over the world can come here and hear this music and still feel some kind of attachment to it and feel a response to it. So that was the idea behind it, to create something that is timeless and takes people on a journey, and hopefully makes you like Do more as a brand.
That's exactly what happened when I was listening to the music, because like the moment I heard it, it like took me back in time when I was in Dubai, and all I could like see in my head was like the cityscape and the beautiful emirate Dubai is,
Yeah.
and And I really love the fact that you use the very local instruments in it too. And it really gave me that nostalgic feeling of Dubai. So just wow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So when you're writing songs, like as a songwriter myself, I don't always have it, you know, like there would be times wherein it's just gone, and no matter how much I sit in one place, you come up with something, nothing's coming out. So would you say you've ever experienced like a writer's block as well?
I go through phases of that.
Mm.
When writing music and when composing music, there have been times where it takes a while before the initial idea comes to me. And that can be due to a lack of inspiration, or most often it's because there's too many other things going on in my life. And I have too many kind of things pushing me in different directions. So I don't actually have the time to just sit and focus on writing. But when that moment comes, and for me usually that happens in the mornings, first thing in the morning is when I do my best work, because I guess the day hasn't really started yet and there haven't been too many distractions. And it's in that moment, in that kind of mind space, when the brain is kind of just waking up, that the best creative ideas for me come. So I try to start any project first thing in the morning on a particular day, just to get the idea out. And once the idea is out, then usually I can continue working on it any time of the day, because the actual part that you need the inspiration for has already been achieved. So that's how I kind of try to work around writer's block, which of course, like anyone working on writing things has all the time. So yeah, it's not something that's unique to you. So I have it too. Yeah.
Because like I was just thinking, you know, as an individual, like it doesn't really matter if I go through writer's block, because my music is just, you know, like I'm not yet some big brand that people give me deadlines to come up with something. But then since you're usually commissioned to write for a specific brand, and those are usually with deadlines and all, so like what happens then when you're nearing a deadline and somehow a creative spark is just not hitting you?
So fortunately, that hasn't happened yet.
Wow.
And I really hope it won't happen, but it's come close a few times. So I like I said before, I have certain things that I implement, which one of them, the most important one for me, is to start the new concept first thing in the morning before you've had any distractions. But what often happens is that the things you come up with in the mornings are not always that great. And I'll spend, some time going down a direction only to realize later, like the next day or the day afterwards, that maybe that wasn't the best direction. And then
Oh my gosh,
you realize
yeah.
that you're much closer to the deadline. But somehow in those moments, I'm able to come up with something much faster than I would normally. So I've always been able to get something out on time. Fortunately, fingers crossed. I mean, I really hope I don't jinx myself now. But I think having a deadline is actually quite good in many cases. It forces you to structure your work in a certain way so that you, I wouldn't say force the creative moments or the inspiration, but that you prime yourself to be open to it when you need it. So I think even if you're writing music for yourself, I always advise people to set deadlines anyway, just because it helps you stay structured and get things done. And it's a good tool to use later on as well when you're doing it for a client who's waiting for you and probably doesn't care too much whether or not you've had a moment of inspiration. It's I'm just one small piece of a very large puzzle when it comes to the production industry and people making these things. So I got to make sure that I get my part done on time.
Yeah.
I think that's what people care about the most.
I will definitely keep that in mind. Thank you. And I think right now we have a question from the audience. If we could just pull that out. It's from P. Kritika. What is your future plans?
So that's a good question. That's something that my wife and I are talking about quite a lot. For the last 3 years, my work has been primarily doing music for sonic branding, so brands like you mentioned, and as well as film projects, like scoring for films, and occasionally also working with artists. My wife Gaia is also an artist and singer-songwriter, and we're currently working on her album as well, actually. So it's that combination of things that bring me the greatest joy, kind of being able to express myself musically in all kind of different directions and aspects of the music industry. And I would like to continue doing that in the future. But, I think the plan is to expand the sonic branding aspect a bit more, try to do more work with more brands in the region, because that's a line of work I really, really love doing. And I want to do more of that, as well as film. So I think the short answer is just more of everything I'm already doing now.
Wow. Like, I think that's very interesting, because like when you come up like with a composition, like it's also coming from you. And like to think about that you're putting a little bit of yourself in all those different brands is just mind blowing. And I think we have like a second question from the audience as well. What is your favorite piece that you have composed so far?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm gonna have to think about that. I haven't really, everything that I work on has like a special place somewhere or the other, because the time in which I wrote it or what it was written for at that point in time, I'm sure that it was something that I took a lot of pride in. But I think that one of my favorite pieces is probably the opening titles to the show Justice, which is on Netflix right now. That was kind of my first big TV show, and that piece of music in the opening titles is something I'm very, very proud of, and I really loved working on it. So that's one of my favorite kind of compositions that's been out there. I have a lot of other music that I've composed that hasn't really been put out there on, let's say, a film or a TV show, but it's out there in other forms, and there's several of those that I really, really like as well. I'm attached to them as well. But I think if I had to pick one, it would be this one.
Okay. Going back to the future plans that was brought up earlier, like if we go back to the past a bit, I was curious though, like when did the dream of having your own studio come about, and how did you actually achieve it?
So my relationship with studios is interesting, because I've gone through many different iterations of studios. I started off interning at a studio. Then I got my first job as an in-house producer at a studio here in Dubai called Creative Kingdom, which was at the time a large studio and post-production facility. That wasn't my personal studio, but I worked there. That's where I learned everything to do with mixing, recording, engineering, and also I got started with composing there as well, because a lot of directors used to come into that studio to use it as a post-production facility, and they would say, "Oh, I'm looking for music for this particular piece," or "I'm having such a hard time kind of finding the right music for that." Today, nowadays, there's a lot of production music available. Music libraries are there where directors can take music and easily search for it online, find something that fits their film. But back then, production music came on CDs, and you had to buy these CDs and go through the tracks one by one manually to see if you could find it. And if you didn't have the right CD, then who knows what you were going to find. So that was an opportunity for me to be like, oh, wait a minute, in addition to recording your voiceover or mixing this, I can also compose the music for you. And that's how I got into composing. So that's something that I was able to do thanks to that studio. But from that point, this was in 2008 or 9 till now, a lot of things have changed. And the way the music industry has changed is that you don't really need a big studio anymore to do a lot of the work, because equipment has gotten better, things have gotten a lot more accessible, and the whole business model has changed, where clients don't have the budgets anymore to do really large studio recordings. They want things to be done really quickly and much cheaper than before. So if you look at the music industry overall, there are still a few of these big legacy studios that remain, but most of them have either been converted into very small production suites, similar to what you see behind me. But then this is at home, but these kind of facilities also exist commercially, where people have these kind of setups that aren't like studios in like what you see in the movies anymore. They're more catered towards the demands of the modern people in the music industry, which is to do things quickly and easily,
Yeah.
and a lot of shifting. So taking things from home to the studio and back again. So the system I have right now is that I have this set up here where I do most of my composing. But whenever
Yeah.
I need to do a recording of, let's say, an orchestra or musicians or a band or drums or something like that, then I use a dedicated facility that is specialized in doing just that. So I can kind of get the best of both worlds. And I think that that's how most composers are doing it these days.
Wow. Can I just say that I think you have so much fans on this live right now because we have another
Really?
question. Yes, can we please have it up? It's from Nancy Rader. Hello, Reiner. This is your niece. Oh, Nancy Rader. So proud of you.
Is that a
What kind
question?
of
If she's
music
proud of me or
inspired
not?
you?
Oh.
No, no, I think it was
Yeah.
a typo for sure. It was supposed to be an exclamation mark. So, what
Okay.
kind of music inspired you in your childhood?
Growing up, I was really into the band Queen. I remember as a
Oh,
kid, I think my parents introduced me to them, and I just loved their music. And I think it's actually the perfect music to listen to as a someone growing up to later on work in music, because their music is very dramatic.
yeah.
It draws from many different inspirations. There's opera in there. There's obviously classic rock in there, but there's also kind of very avant-garde, I would say, unusual directions that the music goes into. They were also pioneers in using synths, but
Mm-hmm.
above all, their music is extremely melodic and catchy. So I think that if I had to name one band that kind of inspired me a lot, it would be them. But I've gone through
Wow.
many different phases of artists that I've loved, but they've always been a band that I've been a fan of, and remained a fan of.
It actually reflects in your work. Like, at least by far, the tracks that I've listened to is like very melodic, soothing, and very emotional, you could say.
Oh, my
And then
cousin's clarifying it was an exclamation point. So thank you.
and then we have another one on the comments. Are there any musicians that you look up to?
Well, I'm quite tall, so it's hard to find someone to look up to in that sense. But if I had to name a few, there's many composers I look up to. Composers like Danny Elfman, Hans Zimmer, James Howard Newton, things like that. People who've done iconic work that I really am inspired by, and constantly in awe of what they come up with. Musicians, I don't think that. I just enjoyed him as a fan does, like musicians like John Mayer. I'm a huge fan of John Mayer, but that's more just because I'm a fan of his music, and always keen to know what he's doing next and what he's putting out there. So I think I enjoy a lot of different types of music, and I'm always looking for inspiration.
And there's another comment that is on. Yes, like this is something I'm also curious about. Is there any sad moment in your career?
There have been many moments, that were ups, and also many moments that were downs. One of them was the first studio I talked to you about, Creative Kingdom, closing during the recession in 2009, and meant that I had to kind of find something new to do. And at the moment, that was a real sad point in my life. But that led to me doing more work from home and really developing myself as a composer more. So eventually that actually led to me working on more and more ads. And that eventually led to me working directly with brands as a sonic branding composer. So, in retrospect, it was actually a good thing and a good moment. But at that point in time, it felt very sad.
It's probably basically like this whole COVID situation as well.
Well, luckily, not luckily, but fortunately for me, I was already doing what I'm doing now before COVID started. So not much has really changed in terms of how I do my work or my workflow or anything like that. So things have remained largely the same, fortunately.
Wow. Right. So speaking about that, like what could you say was something that kept you going and has timelessly pulled you through to reach the position that you are at in your life right now?
I wouldn't be able to say if it was just one thing, but I think a lot of different things have helped me and kept me going. But I think the main one has been the support that I've received from my family and from my wife,
Hmm.
and her constant encouragement of my work, and pushing me to explore certain directions. She's my sounding board, so anything that I do, sonic branding wise, film wise, composing wise, I always run it by her first. And if she kind of relates to it or says that it's good, then I know I'm onto something right. So it's that encouragement, I think, that has helped me to progress and to, always continue on this path, even when things are difficult.
Yeah, I really feel like being an artist, or like at least in general also, like when you're pursuing something, it really means a lot to know that someone's there backing you up and
It does,
continually
yeah.
supporting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone
Cool.
needs a sounding board, right? Everyone needs someone to play. If you don't play your music for anyone, then what's the point of making it?
That's true. Wow, we are really getting so many questions right now. From who is your biggest inspiration?
I think that's similar to what I said earlier. That I draw inspiration from many different sources, be it
Mhm.
artists that I'm listening to, be it movies I see, film composers I listen to. There's just so many things that it's hard to name one specific thing that I would say is my biggest inspiration. It depends on what I'm doing.
I see. Well, lastly, as a musician myself, and obviously I tend to try to look up to people who's already made it, and in this case, it would be you. So I just wanted to ask for, in behalf of the other young producers watching this live right now, is there anything that you would want to impart to us, who already probably started late in our musical journey as well?
And that's a really tough question to answer, because I've never really been one to dole out that kind of advice, or because everyone is on a different journey
Yeah.
and everyone's experience is different. The only thing I would say is to, as cliche as it sounds, is to continue doing what you're doing and continue writing and continue putting out music, and not to overthink what you're doing. Over the course of your career, over the course of my career, and it's still happening to me on like a yearly basis, my style, my direction, the things I do is constantly changing. And fortunately, because I have deadlines and things have to be released, I have to
Yeah.
kind of let go of things and move on. But when you're starting out, you're chasing perfection and you're chasing a certain sound. And sometimes that can lead you to stall and take forever to kind of put something out there, when if you had just released it at that moment when you felt like, okay, I'm happy with this, and moved on, you would have had more chances to do more things and to kind of evolve and grow a little bit faster. So I think that, yeah, like I said, the main thing I would kind of say to someone is to keep creating and keep writing the music that you're inspired by now, not by what you think it should sound like or what you think other people are doing. Whatever it is that you feel like doing, do that now, and then put it out there, and then move on to the next thing. I think that's what I would say.
Oh, on that note, though, like I have a question for you.
Sure.
Um, See, like I've also composed songs that I haven't really put out, but since they were old, and whenever I'd go back and listen to them, they're not the kind of music that I would want to put out anymore. Like
Yeah.
in that case, what would you do?
So you've written songs, but you haven't released them, and now you're looking back and saying, "Oh, I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to release them anymore." So if you had released them at that time when you wrote them, then you wouldn't be in a
Oh,
position now to say that, because they would already be out there. I think at the time
yeah.
you wrote them, they were a reflection of what you were doing at that moment, your inspirations, your skills at that moment, and where you were at as a songwriter. And it's something you should be
Hmm.
tremendously proud of, because you still created something and you still wrote something, and it's still your artistic expression. So you should have put it out there. And if you're facing the same thing now, you should put it out now. and look back at that fondly, being like, oh, this is where I was then, and thanks to those songs, this is where I am today. And I think that's a wonderful way to look at your journey as an artist.
Wow. So basically create, release, move on to the next project.
And create more. Yeah.
Create more,
in
definitely.
a nutshell, I think you have summed it up better than I have said it.
Wow, it really has been a pleasure to have had you with us this afternoon, Reiner.
Likewise.
Thank you
so
so much. And let me just plug in some few things for the benefit of the audience. And should you all be interested to continue following Reiner's musical journey, do check him out on Instagram at Reiner Erlings. And or better yet, check out his website where I've also listened to his Do's musical, his Do's sonic branding, which is at reinererlings.com.
A lot of vowels.
Thank you so much once again, Reiner. And thank you everyone for tuning into this masterclass Behind the Music, brought to you by Jain and Amchi. But do stay back for our last guest session this afternoon at 2 p.m. And this is your host, Amara Tan, signing off. Thank you, Reiner.
Thanks so much, Amara. Thanks for having me.
From a 4-year-old dancer to an influencer who very recently hit a milestone of reaching 500,000 subscribers on YouTube and more than 200,000 followers on Instagram, and having just won the Arab Asia Stars Best Dancer Award, Nidhi has always led the dance. A regular Dubai kid who loved to express herself through dance, quickly phased into teaching dance as early as the 8th grade. She took this teaching habit onto YouTube, where she made a choreography tutorial video on the hit song Kala Chashma, which went viral, hitting 3 million views. Soon after, she could be found dancing with stars like Neha Kakkar, Noura Fatehi, and Hardy Sandhu. An average Dubai kid was no longer average. Today, she is an actor, TV presenter, model, TEDx speaker, choreographer, and UAE's biggest dance YouTuber. Hello everyone, I'm Tanishka Kambli, and with much pleasure, I'd like to invite our special guest for today's final More Than Music masterclass called Dance Your Way to the Top. Everyone, please welcome Nidhi Kumar.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. How are you doing today?
All good. How are you?
I'm amazing. It's such an honor to have you here today.
Thank you so much. You look amazing. You look so fresh on a Friday
Oh,
morning, afternoon.
thank you so much. I just couldn't wait to meet you today. So, yeah.
Me neither.
So I wanted to start off with how did it all start? Like I heard that you started teaching dance as early as the 8th grade, and like you were teaching your seniors how to dance. So what really started your love off for dance?
So basically, I started dancing at the age of 4, and it all stemmed out of basically watching my dad dance, because my entire
Okay.
family dances: dad, mom, my brother, sister, everybody used to dance, and dad used to be like the life of the party. Like he used to get my mom's dupatta and start dancing at
Okay.
parties, and like he was a life. And from
Yeah.
such an early age, I saw him dancing, and I just had that, you know what, like I also want to dance, and I always had that kida, like always. And
Okay.
since then I started, and then in school, obviously I started taking part. But then I felt like even more than dancing, I loved teaching. I loved teaching. So I taught my seniors, my 12th grade seniors, for our talent contest, Jupiter House, when I was in 8th grade. And
Oh
yeah, that's how it
wow.
started. So it was crazy. My seniors hated me for this, but yeah,
I mean, I understand learning
yeah,
from someone much younger than you
yeah,
could be a little like
yeah.
embarrassing, but it's amazing that you could do that at such a young
Thank you.
age.
Thank you.
And so I like, how did you decide that you wanted to start your YouTube channel?
So basically, I have always wanted to be in front of the camera. Like I said, I've always wanted to be an actor, dancer. Now, obviously, I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos because I loved dancing. I watched YouTube. Now in India, the culture is very strong. Like at that time, the culture was like it's already there. You know, people making YouTube videos, putting out dance videos, and I used to watch
Yeah.
that, and I'm just like, what am I doing? So I put a bar stool, I put books, I put my DSLR that we had, and I shot an extremely blurred video, like very blurred, and
Okay.
I posted it on YouTube with a 1 minute intro, and I was just like, "Hey, you know what, guys? This is my first video." So it was like it was bad, but
Uh-huh.
then I was just like, "Okay, you know what? I'm putting myself out there," and it really gave me the confidence. And then finally, when this crazy song came up, Kala Chashma, I just randomly asked
Yeah.
on Facebook status, I was like, "Does anybody want a tutorial?" And I got a crazy response, and I'm like, "You know what? Sign. Let's do
Oh.
this." And I did it, and well, since then there has been no looking back. So, and
That's
I just hit half a
amazing.
million
I mean,
subscribers.
yeah, I saw. That is amazing. Congratulations. That's
Thank
just
you.
I can't. How long has it been since you started off your YouTube
Um,
career and like till now?
4.5 years. Yeah,
That's
it's been
that's
four and
just
a
a
half years.
brilliant
Yeah,
amount of time to achieve what you have
yeah.
right now. Like it's just amazing. Um,
Thank
so
you.
I understand that like at the time when you started off, like
Yeah,
your career, you started off your YouTube channel. There weren't many people in Dubai that were doing more or less
there's no
what you
one.
were doing. So exactly. So like, who did you really look up to in terms of dance? Because obviously you'd have to like go out there and look at people in different countries and doing different things. So where did you take inspiration from? Who did you look up to?
So, babe, anytime in any interview or anywhere, whenever I'm asked this question, who was your
Mm-hmm.
inspiration? Who,
Yeah.
honestly, no one. I've not had an inspiration. The only person I was
Mm.
inspired from to dance was my dad, like I said. I have
Yeah.
favorite dancers, yes. Like I have very
Okay.
like dancers that I'm like, oh my god, they're so good. But
Mm.
to do what I do, start dancing as my career and all of that, I've not been inspired. Like, and start dancing in Dubai, I've not been inspired by anyone because firstly there was no one who used to do it here, and I just felt like
Right. Yeah.
at that time I didn't think that I was starting something. You know what I mean? I was just like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna put myself out there and see how it goes. And
Yeah.
now I'll touch wood. So I've
Right.
had no inspiration for this at all. I'm not. Anytime someone asks me who are your inspirations, I'm like, well, no one. I've never been inspired by anyone. It's just like it's just always come from within. Obviously, for dancing,
Mm-hmm.
my dad. But yeah,
Yeah.
like I have favorite dancers like like Madhuri Dixit, ma'am. Of course, she's like
Mm-hmm.
goddess. I love Matt's choreos, like especially at that time, like older videos of his. I was a
Yeah.
crazy fan. Like Matt Stephanie, I was like, oh my god. Like so, these are like some of the
Same.
very
Same.
yeah. And plus in India we have such crazy dancers. Like I have a list from India, so I mean that'll take time. So
No, that's okay. We'll keep that for another time.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you've recently hit like so many milestones, and like it really looks like your career is like furthering, and you're like growing a lot as well. So I really want to know, like, what do you do at times when like everything is going right for you? You know, because like you expect things to happen one way, sometimes it doesn't. But now at this point, it feels like everything is sort of going the way you want it to and the way you envisioned it to. So
Yeah.
how do you really take a step back and like tell yourself to calm down and relax and like not let it get to your head in one way or another?
Babe, now this question is extremely interesting because it's like so everything is going my way right now. Touch wood, touch wood, touch wood, touch wood. It's like all my milestones back to back. And
Yeah.
I just, this is exactly what is happening with me right now. Like, this is the major problem that's happening.
Right.
I so I take
Mm.
care of 6 platforms every single day, and it's like it's so
All by
much for
yourself.
me. And now that I'm hitting
Mhm.
all these milestones, and I feel like every day, and my audience, like my
Yeah.
Nidhi fam, hashtag Nidhi fam, if they're watching, um, they are so like, they're so loyal, and they're so like, it's like they wait for my videos. They wake up and they're like, oh, Nidhi's video at 4 p.m. IST is gonna release. And if I don't, even one day when I'm just like, okay, you know what, I don't want to, I just want to sleep, bombarded.
Mm.
Nidhi, why is your video uploaded? Why we are waiting? Why is your video uploaded? You know what I mean? So all of these expectations and
Yeah.
everything sometimes really takes a toll on me, and of course a lot of other
Mhm.
influencers, creators. But
Definitely. Yeah.
I feel like you need to and I always say this even to young creators, always, I feel like you
Mhm.
need to know
Mhm.
when to draw the line. You need to understand that social media at any given point can just disappear in a second. You have an account of 1
Right.
million followers, one hack and it's gone.
Mm.
So all of these things are, touchwood, extremely good, but these things are, they can slip away from your hand in a second. So you need to know that you have to really value it, but not attach yourself
Yeah.
so much to it that it's your entire life. It's my entire life, it's my career.
Mhm. Mhm.
But I feel like, and I'm telling you straight up,
Yeah.
that I will go into depression, or I will cry if one day, God forbid, I ever lose all of this. Okay, but I know that I will bounce back
Mm.
from it, because I know
Mm.
that I'm not so attached that, like I know that. So I feel like for young creators, if
Right.
you're all like, it's very, very important to detach yourself. So
Right. Yeah, that is really
yeah,
important. And like on the other hand, obviously like everything that you've done hasn't come easy to you, right? Like you've obviously had to work for it, you've worked on your dance, you've kept improving day by day. And like I mean everyone has those days where everything just feels a bit like low and down. And as you said, right, some days you just don't feel like getting out there and making a video or something. So
yeah,
what is it that you tell yourself? Like, what is one thing that you tell yourself every day in the morning or whenever you feel sad to
yeah.
continue going?
Um. Okay, so the one most important thing, I feel like, the reason why I get up and do this every single day for the past 4 years is,
Mm-hmm.
for me, just, I'm talking about myself. I do this out of passion. This is my passion. I love doing what I
Mm.
do. When you love doing what you
Yeah.
do, you automatically get up and you push, because it's your thing. You know what I mean? Like how sometimes people that have full-time
Yeah.
jobs but they don't want to do it. They may be creatives, so they crib about it. They're like, oh, I can't do
Mm.
this anymore. But if they were into a creative field, they would be like, okay, you know what?
Yeah.
Yeah, every day I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go do this. You know what I mean? So for me, I feel like every day I
Right.
wake up and I'm like, man, I love doing what I do. And I'm so fortunate, like, to get all of this.
Mm.
So let's push. Let's push. Now, this is weird. Just yesterday, this is weird that you
Right.
asked this question. Yesterday was my celebration party for all of my milestones. And
Mm-hmm.
yesterday I took my one day off
Oh.
just to celebrate myself after 3 weeks. Okay, just on the weekend I went out, like I stepped out. Otherwise, I was just
Mm-hmm.
working for 3 weeks straight. In the morning, I was like, oh my god, today I'm
Right.
not gonna work. I'm just gonna party and chill with my friends and family. I woke up and I had
Mm.
double the amount of work I would on a weekend on Thursday. And I was so irritated. And I told myself, I hate this. I can't do it anymore. One day I wanted, and I got so cranky. I was like, I can't do this. I don't want to do this. I hate this. I hate it. I went crazy. I'm like, I'm blocking everyone. I'm going to remove my account. Like, I basically went batshit crazy because I was
Oh
so, like,
no.
I'm so exhausted. You know what I mean? But, like, today again, I'm here and
Yeah.
talking to you as passionate as I can be. So everybody has these ups and downs because social media
I
takes
am
a toll
so
on your
glad for
mental
that.
health.
Right.
No, like social media takes a toll on your mental health. Straight up, it does. But
Hmm.
it's just that every day
Hmm.
I'm like, man, I
Hmm.
love doing this. So you wake up and you do what you love. It's as simple as that. So
Love it. That's such a great message.
thank
Also, like from where you started out until now, there have been like so many changes, like in your career,
yeah.
in the like people that you were surrounded with, because like you've gone into Bollywood a little bit, and like you've met a lot of the people there. So how has the Nidhi inside changed over all of these years of meeting all of these different people?
Okay, so this is the one thing that I really pride myself in, and even my friends do, my friends and family.
Okay.
Babe, I
Mm-hmm.
have literally not changed since I was in school. I am exactly
Really?
how I was. I am exactly like I pride myself. I am to the T exact 13-year-old Nidhi that I am right now. It's not even funny. It's not even like I'm still as
Wow.
crazy. The thing is, for me, I come with very strong family values. Like my dad has taught me one thing. कि चाहे जितना भी, I don't know, I'll say it in English, of course, but in Hindi he says that
Yeah.
जितना भी ऊपर चले जाओ, सर अपना हमेशा नीचे रखो. Basically, no matter how high you fly, keep your head down always. And he's
Hmm.
always taught me this. He's that kind of a man. So for me, I've learned that since I was young. So I don't care whether it's
Wow.
fame, money, whatever. I will never let it get to my head because I'm just like, all of this can go in a second. What stays is your integrity,
Yeah.
your like how humble you are, how these are the
Mm-hmm.
values that
Your
stay.
values. Yeah.
I am very
Yeah.
strong in that perspective. So I feel like, yeah, like it's I have
That's really
always
amazing. Like you
I have
need.
not changed at all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just crazy. That's why everybody tells me, Nidhi, oh my god, you still look like you're 21. I'm like, guys, I am 21.
You do. We look like the same age.
See? Hey, no, please, oh no. Itna
We
nahi,
do.
you look very young. Yaar. You're so young.
I'm 21.
Yeah, exactly. No, but you're 21.
Yeah, I'm 20, turning 21 this year. Yeah.
Oh my god, Touchwood, you look so young. Like you are
Oh,
young.
thank you.
Wow, yaar. See, I mean, we're on the same boat then.
Yeah, we are.
See?
But okay. So, I also heard that like you initially wanted to become an actor, and that's like sort of where your passion began. So, how exactly, like, why, what about acting just like pushes you towards doing it? And also, like, what role does dancing play in your like in furthering your acting career?
True. So, okay, first of all, I'm not a trained actor. Like, I can't act. I'm not a trained actor at all. I just started acting
Okay.
because I'm like,
Hmm.
I mean, I'm a Bollywood dancer. Like, Bollywood is my main forte. So, and plus, my expressions are very strong when I'm
Yeah.
dancing. So, I feel like, so it's always been like, oh, you know what, mujhe, like, I
Right.
want to act. Like, I want to just show my, my face. I want to act. So, it's always come out of passion. Now,
Hmm.
for me, so I just started acting and I started just randomly giving auditions for commercials in Dubai. And touch wood, I've done over 50 of them here.
Hmm.
So it's like I just
Wow.
randomly started giving commercial auditions. I wanted to be an
Hmm.
actor, like in Bollywood, but I just feel
Okay.
like, I mean, you need a certain sort of training for that. You do need it. I feel like I'm not that honed because
Okay.
I mean I just learned everything from TV and the laptop and like I'm just like now
Hmm.
dancing has played a major role.
Yeah.
Dancing has played the biggest role because of my dancing skills, my
Hmm.
expressions, how I can express through my face is how it's taught me to be a little good in acting because I'm not trained. So
Right. Right.
I feel like it's like major, but now things have changed. Um I don't want to be an
Hmm.
actor at all anymore. It
Hmm.
changed over the past 1 year, predominantly 1 or 2 years.
Oh.
Completely changed. Yeah, completely
Okay.
changed. My goals have
What changed
changed.
that?
Um, a lot actually. Number one, touchwood, my career in just my social media and dancing is like really going crazy. And dancing is my first love, always. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have the bandwidth right now, touchwood, to go for acting auditions or do that. And also, I feel like the main
Hmm.
thing that changed, the main thing, obviously I'm not going to say it here, but like the main thing that changed is
Okay.
the industry works in very different ways. And I've seen it up close and personal because I have so many
Yeah.
friends there, right? Like
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
it's not my thing anymore. No. I
Yeah,
love
that
I,
was
I
another
love
question that I was going to ask you. I get
I
it.
love
Hmm.
my influencer space. I love my dancing space. I love it. I don't want to. No, I don't want to get into that. No, no. It's just no, not my thing at all. Like I can't. Yeah,
I understand.
yeah.
Hmm. And you also started your own crew, right?
Yes,
NK crew. So what
yes.
inspired you to start that? Like I know you've always wanted to teach dance, but what was that like that moment where you were like, I want to start this. I want to start this now. What was that
True.
moment?
I feel like NK Crew is like really special to me. I feel like I started it And it was just to get, I mean, the thing is, my dream is to get UAE on the dance map, and I'm working towards it slowly, and it's happening slowly. I want everyone, all budding dancers and artists in Dubai, to go, like, to just soar. And if I can help in any way, I will do that. So the main reason was to get NK crew dancers together. So I knew I had a small social media following at that time, but I did. So I was like, I can help them grow, give them tips, and obviously teach them, like, hone their dancing skills basically. So that's how I started. But then, because my career in my that sense really, like, we did not have the time. And plus, the kids that were there in my crew, they were all very young. So they were in school, they had exams, they had this. So none of our commitments could match. And then obviously we're still, like, together, we're like everything. But it's just that I feel like now I don't have the bandwidth to do that. So I individually, like, train them, tell them tips anytime they want. They, like, just message me, and I'm like, this is what you do, this is what you do. But, like, the NK crew in the sense right now is not there. Yeah. So yeah. I think it's, yeah. Now I can hear you.
Oh, that's me. Yeah. So, I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a lag, I feel.
Now I can. Now it's clear. Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah. Now I can. Now there's a lag again.
Okay, I'll continue with the question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I okay. So, I recently saw on Instagram you started posting a lot of.
Babe, I cannot hear anything.
Let me
Now
just
it's like, now it's glitchy.
at
Yeah.
that. I'm so sorry. Could you please give me 1 second?
No problem. Honey, honey boy, honey, honey, honey boy. Ooh, girl, what you song? Nidhi, Kumar.
Hi, are you able to hear me now?
Yes, it's perfect.
Hello?
It's
Is
perfect.
it good? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah. So I actually wanted to tell all of your fans something that they may not know about you or they may not be expecting about you. So I hope you are ready for that. Okay,
Wait,
so
what?
it's a surprise. Okay, so I found this thing about you doing my little spy stuff, and that you actually topped in your school and also in your college.
Oh my
And
god.
I don't think this is some like a piece of information that is readily available for everyone out there. So everyone, all you Nidhi fam out there, just know that Nidhi Kumar is actually she topped her school and her college. So she's like an academic genius. And I feel like people, if they look at you or they like interact with you, I don't think that's the first thing that would come to their head, because knowing that you're so in the like media field and like dancing and this and that. So like, do you get annoyed at that? Do you feel like angry at them like underestimating you in a way?
I'm telling you, 100%. 100%. Because it's this whole thing, right? This whole stereotype that, oh my god, she's in
Yeah.
creative field. So ski studies aise hogi. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Studies are just like this. And I'm like, I get so angry. I'm like, listen, hello, I love studying. And I was an amazing student. You can ask Meghna ma'am.
Yeah. Meghna ma'am told me.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like I was an amazing student. And see, I don't know many people know this or no. I love studying. I used to love studying. Like, I loved tests. I loved
Oh my
exams.
gosh, we are the same. I same. Yes, yes.
Dude,
Exams
I
are
love
amazing.
it too. I love
Yeah.
it. Like, I was just like, oh my god. So I have something called this photographic memory. Okay.
Okay.
So in
Mm,
sense, like, okay, so my business, okay, for example, in school, my 12th grade business
yeah.
textbook, I can memorize. So I
Mm-hmm.
can memorize each word. Like, I used to
Whoa.
chapo the book to my paper. I am not even kidding. In both, in marketing
Uh-huh.
and business, I got, no, in marketing I got full, but boards
Okay.
gave me 59 because they're like, you can't get full.
Oh
So
my
they
gosh.
gave me 59 because at marketing I chapoed, word to word. So yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. That's
I
amazing.
miss that.
Yeah, I want to know because there's a lot of like probably young students out there who
Yeah.
like want to pursue dance, but maybe their parents tell them that no, focus on your
No,
academics
not at
first.
all.
Like, yeah, so
Not at
like,
all.
what would you want to tell them, and like, how could they sort of like handle or manage their time better and do like both of those?
Babe, I always tell everyone, um, no, it's not just dancing. Anything that you want to do, babe, it's straight up. I don't beat around the bush. Anytime anybody asks me for advice, I'm just like,
Mm,
if you wanna keep your mind to something, you just get up and do it. As simple as
mm,
that.
mm.
It's as simple as, nobody's gonna come and tell you, be like, oh my god, you know what? You need to wake up early and then make us. You need to have that. You need to have that. What is that called? Discipline.
Mm-hmm.
You need to make a very important scheduling. If you're doing two things at a time,
Yeah.
like, it's very important to schedule. If this time is studies, then nothing else needs to come into your head. Studies matlab only
Mm.
studies, and
Right.
focus.
Mm.
When you're dancing, then no talk of studies, only dance, only
Mm.
enjoy it, feel the process. And I feel like
Right.
I touch wood, like, I was the first cultural captain of my school.
Mm-hmm.
And then I topped my 12th, my commerce stream. So I feel like and I was dancing, I was teaching sangeets, and I mean, I started teaching sangeets, my first paid job when I was in 12th grade. I was in 10th
Wow.
grade, but like, I was teaching then too.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I managed everything very, very amazingly, touchwood. And the main thing is, I feel like for me it became easier because I have major, like, what's the word, like, major OCD sort of a thing. Like, I have like,
Like
I'm just like, I have
organization,
to have this
compulsion. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
very, very, like, it has to
Mm.
be all clean and organized. And if
Uh-huh.
there's something that I have to do it today, you know what I mean? So
I
that
understand
helped.
that, yeah.
That helped me.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's great. So we actually have a question from our audience right now. So I would love to
Oh,
ask that to you right now. Yes,
audience. Oh, okay,
yes.
sure.
So P. Kritika asks, I am on class 10th, don't know what to choose, dance or studies, please tell me.
Okay, firstly, hi, Kritika. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, babe. Okay, firstly, there is no option for you to choose. Okay? Please don't choose. Stay in school, please study, work hard, and you can do dance side by side. You know what it is? Indian parents, Desi parents, let me tell you all straight up. I don't know if you all are listening. I feel like, okay, you can't get up one day and tell your parents, hey, the mom and dad, I want to dance full time and I want to do it. That's it. Like, and
Mhm.
walk away.
Yeah.
You need to show them you have the passion. You need to wake up, you need to ace your studies, and you need to wake up and dance. I mean, you need to show them that you're passionate. If you're just gonna sit on the sofa like this and not do anything, neither study nor dance, and you're like, yeah, I want to become a dancer, you think they let you?
Mhm.
The reason why they stop you is because you're not showing them you're passionate enough. The moment they see that, you know what, mera bacha is like, my child is like, okay, you know what, she's working hard, 100% they'll support you. But if you're sitting like this and not doing anything, obviously they're not going to support you. You know what I mean? So I feel like
Yeah.
there needs to be a balance. At the end of the day, your parents, and even my parents, super chill, but even they have never had like, oh, you need to study well, you need to ace it. They have, I did it myself. I feel like it was my responsibility because they are
Mm.
so lenient with my dancing and they are always pushing me. I need to give them something too. So why not? So I did it. And plus, because I loved studying also, so it worked for me. Yeah. So there's no
Yeah.
choosing, Kritika. Do both because you can, and we believe in you. Amchi and Nidhi Kumar.
Woo! We have another question also, so I'd love if that came up right now as well.
Okay.
So, what is better, trend dancing or doing what you like by Schoolboy?
Okay. Schoolboy. Hi. Okay. Um, babe. Okay. So I'll tell you. Both
Mm.
things are important. Okay, if you're going to be a creator, both are important. Why? If you keep doing trend dancing, you will get bored. Okay, like, "Ye kya ho raha hai? I don't want to do this anymore." Like, I don't want to just keep going with the trend just because I need to get famous.
Yeah.
But you also need to do it if you want to get into the limelight. Okay, now doing what you like is extremely important, because every single day you wake up, you can't do a trend dance. You need to, for it to not get monotonous and get to your head, you need to do what you like and what your audience likes, so that both of you are happy inside, and then you can do trend dancing also. So it needs to be a mix of both. You can't choose between one. So
Got it. Okay.
yeah,
Amazing. Yeah. So since we're on a question spree, let's take another one.
let's do this. Hi Nidhi. By the way, so that means Nidhi's fam is there then. Hi Nidhi's fam, I love you.
Yeah, so KK Drummer asks, how do you overcome creative block?
Okay, what's the name again? Sorry.
KK Drummer.
Hi KK Drummer. Okay, so creative block. For me, my creative blocks are very strong in terms of because I work nonstop. And I feel like it's the worst thing I could do to my body and my brain. And I'm working on it actively. I'm working on it actively to stop, because I'm destroying myself. For how long will I be able to keep this up? No
Right.
breaks, only working. I will not be able to keep this up. I'm growing older and I already feel it. So now when my creative blocks come, they're very strong. And I've learned it just this year that I take a step back. I do not touch or think or do anything related to my field. Nothing. Zero. And I do everything else around it. In sense, interact with the environment, interact with my family, interact with my friends, go out, don't touch my phone. Like, I don't want to see anyone's video or my videos. And when I come back refreshed within 2 days, even if it's just 1 day break, I'm not even kidding. In that 1 day, I feel so inspired, because I have put my head up from my phone and I've actually interacted with people, and so many ideas come by just interacting with your environment, just with your friends, family, and you come back so refreshed. So this is, I feel, the easiest way to get rid of your creative block. Like, just throw your phone and just interact with your environment, and when you come back in a day, you will be like 10,000 ideas. 10,000. So
Wow.
it's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's definitely advice that people need, especially like creators and everyone. Yeah,
100%.
yeah, amazing. Let's take one last question and then we'll continue.
Done.
So Shraddha Holla asks, what are the steps to take if you want to achieve something in dance?
Okay, Shraddha. Hi, Shraddha, firstly. Okay, if you want to achieve in dance, okay. So it's kind of like a vague question, but in dance, in sense like, so there are two parts to it. Dance in general, very important training, very important. Like, and by training, I don't mean you to pay a lot of money to go to a studio. No, everything is available on YouTube for free. Everything from zero to steps to everything. It's not even funny. So you need to train. You need to work on your body in terms of fluidity, move depending on the style that you want to learn. Fluidity, movement, stretching, loosening up your body, enhancing it with different styles. I mean, and getting into different styles. So training is the most important. You can train yourself. That's what I mean. And if you want to get training from somewhere, nothing like it. Now, if it comes to, this is the most important in achieving, and obviously you need to network. So the thing is, when you get into this, you need to start networking. If you go to a studio, so they can help you get shows, they can help you get backgrounding jobs, like dance backgrounding jobs and stuff like that. Now, when it comes to content creation dancing, straight up, there are many ways. Obviously, make your account. Do covers, dance cover. Like, I'm just gonna give you all bullet points, and y'all can just like, so do dance covers on your favorite creators' routines. So there's a massive chance that they will share it on their story and you get traction. Number two, do trending things, trending dances. The most easiest, randomest video will go viral. You never know. Okay. Do trending. Number three, if you're a new creator, do shorter videos. Do 15-second videos. For example, if you're using Instagram, use Reels and make 15-second videos on trending songs.
Hmm.
Shorter videos, because audience retention is very less. Their audience is just sitting and scrolling with a double chin like this throughout the day. They will not sit and be like, oh, 30 seconds video of her, who will watch? Nobody will watch if you're a new creator. So 15-second videos for us creators who've been in the business for so long, then they come and sit and watch my 17-minute vlog. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But for
Yeah,
new
yeah, I get it.
creators, shorter videos. That's it. And these are like some very easy tips. So start off with it and kill it.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Always.
So, when it comes to like choreographing a lot of dances and just making steps
Yeah.
to it, what
Yeah.
inspires you? Like, what about a song makes you feel like, oh, I want to make my own choreography to this?
True. Okay, so I am very particular about when I choreograph, like very particular. Like
Okay.
I don't care if a song is trending on YouTube. And this is my problem. Like my followers are fed up. They're like, why are you always late? Tanishka, I'm not even kidding. I am
Mm,
always late. Always.
mm,
I hear a song, if it's trending,
yeah.
I'll be like, oh yeah, okay. Unless and until it doesn't grow on me, unless until I'm just
Yeah.
like, the word is vibing. If I don't vibe to it, there's no
Mm,
point.
yeah.
And I always tend to start vibing at least a month or two later. The moment that happens,
Yeah.
it's just that I just need to feel the rhythm. I need to feel like I can dance on anything. But it's like, what do I love and what does my audience love? So it's like a
Hmm.
mix. It's very important. Like I need to do
Got
something
it.
I love. I just can't blindly do what my audience loves, and I can't blindly do what I love. So it's a
Hmm.
mix. Now, for
Got
example, the
it.
song Nach Meri Rani, on the
Hmm.
Nach Meri Rani, a very popular song.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I put out everybody's like, Nidhi, you have to do a song. I was like, no chance. I don't like the song at all. Then I was doing my Dubai workshop and I was thinking, which song to do? There are no songs coming. So I was like, wait a second, what about Nach Meri Rani? Then I started hearing it again and again. I was like, oh my god, it's actually very groovy. Then after
Hmm.
2 months of the song release, I released my YouTube video.
Oh my
And
god.
it still went viral. So
Wow.
I'm just like, you know what? I like this. I take my own time. If I like a song, I'll do it. Like right now, this it's so funny. I'm gonna put up a story today only, by the way, about this.
Okay.
So there's this new song, Pani Pani by Badsha and Jacqueline.
Okay.
And I'm just like, it's okay. But everyone's going crazy. Oh my god, Nidhi, you
Hmm.
have to make it. But I'm like,
Yeah.
no, it's already been 2 weeks and the song is released. And I'm like,
Okay.
and I know I will probably end up making it soon. But I'm like, no,
Mhm.
let me wait for a bit. I'm so stupid.
No, you just like want to start feeling the song more. I get that. Yeah. Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Hmm. Also, like going back to the whole like social media thing that you were talking
Yeah.
about, like how it
Yeah.
drains you and like it's just really exhausting to be there all the time. But like if it's a part of your job, like that is what you do. So how do you really tell yourself that this is a healthy amount of time that I'm spending like promoting my content or like, curating videos and this and that? And like as you said before, like taking breaks has been like really difficult to decide when. So
Yeah.
when do you decide to listen to your body and listen to your mind and just be like, no, bus, like for now I need to stop and then I'll start in a bit?
But honestly, I'm a very wrong person to ask this question.
Okay.
I work very unhealthy hours. Like I don't stop. I'm working 24/7 all the time. And I don't have a break. I don't stop. So I'm very unhealthy that way. I stop, and this has happened like a billion times. I stop when I'm so sick and my body is shivering that I can't move. I'm like, I can't do this anymore. This is when I
Yeah.
stop. And
Okay.
that is when I realized, and Nidhi, are you mad? Like you're growing old, you need to relax. So I feel like everyone, social media creators, also treat your career as a 9 to 5 job. Do it from 9 to 5 and that's it. After that, spend time with your family and friends. And I try to do it actively, but right now I'm in a very transition phase. I am I am like on my way to build my empire. So I'm like, there are so many things about to happen, and I don't think I can afford to stop right now. So right now मैं
I get it.
पागलों की तरह कर रही हूँ. Inshallah, once I reach that one goal, there's only money and fame and no kidding.
It's okay if that's there. Yes, rest. But yeah, I mean, like even in terms of like social media, like obviously you have like you're very like blessed to have such a brilliant fan base with you who like support every move that you make and they're like always there by your side. But then like are there times when you just get a little done by the other side of it where like it starts affecting you negatively? Like how do you detach basically? Like
Babe,
people say, yeah, you need to detach, keep yourself away from it. How?
babe, 100%, man. Like I I say things like I can't do this anymore, and I start crying, and like I close my door, and then I'm weeping. I'm like, please, someone help me. I can't do this anymore. I can't.
Yeah.
It's bad, but I feel like I said I'm really actively trying that when I like, anyways, when I'm with my friends, I don't touch my phone at all because I'm having so much fun. But I
Yeah.
feel like I reduce now. When I'm with my friends or with my family outside, I take photos and videos, obviously, but
Hmm.
I've reduced how much I do that. Like like yesterday, my celebration party, I have one picture, only
Oh.
one. So I feel like I'm getting better. That's what I'm getting better. I have only one picture
Hmm.
because I was like, I want to have fun. Why should everything be there? You know what I mean? Like my
Right.
entire life is on social media. Like, and plus me, someone I am I am how I am generally. I'm on social media also. There's no distinction. My
Right.
entire life, how I'm going about my life, my followers know everything, every single
Yeah.
thing about me. So I feel
Exactly.
like, so that's why it's important for me to detach, because I'm just like, listen, like I need to like my real life is here, so
No, yeah,
that's
that's
why I feel
another thing
like,
that I wanted to ask you. Like you're so transparent on social media,
yeah,
and like Instagram as a space, it wasn't as open as it is right now. Like
yeah,
people were always, and I think to some extent are still striving
still,
to show the best versions of themselves to
yeah,
everyone because in a way they gain acceptance by doing that. But then you,
yeah,
on the other hand, like you're very open and you really share your struggles and you share the times when you're feeling down. Just show
yeah.
everyone that like this happens, this is normal. So like do you feel like where do you draw the line really of like this is something that I can't share at all, but while also keeping like staying authentic to yourself on social media?
So I share almost everything on social media, anything, whether it's my friendships, relationships, family, my career, everything.
Hmm.
um Honestly, right now there's no line as such. Obviously, one, like my like personal things, and sounds like if I'm going through problems, if I'm
Hmm.
going through a few issues, even issues, whatever issues
Yeah.
I'm going through, Snapchat will know. You know what I mean? Like anything, whether it's whatever.
Hmm.
But like I'm saying, like personal issues, and sounds like, um I mean, it's weird. Okay, now this is weird. Like something really, like something weird happened with me.
Yeah.
I stopped talking to one of my best friends,
Okay.
and we don't talk anymore, and this happened like 3 weeks ago.
Hmm.
And so this was something I didn't put it out there, because I'm just like, I was trying to
Yeah.
like figure out myself, how am I gonna like continue without that person being there.
Hmm.
So I didn't put it out there because I'm like, it's not needed. I mean, why should I, when, oh, I stopped talking to, I don't have to announce it.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, so this is something I did. So it's like a thing. Like I know these personal things. Like if I have like a certain relationship and I don't want things to go out of that. So I'm like, I'm the right amount of public and private. Like my private things, no one will know. Zero.
Okay. Hmm.
So, but I feel like my private things are also not so private, because man, I'm an open book. I have nothing. Like I have nothing. And honestly, I'm telling you, this will sound weird, but I have like I don't do anything other than my work. I don't do
I mean, I
anything.
get it. If you love it, then why would you really want to do anything else? I get that.
I don't do.
Yeah.
I have amazing friends and we party and everything, but it's
Mhm.
not like I'm like, that's what I'm telling you. I don't think,
Yeah.
matlab, that's why do you think I'm single? Because I'm always working. Who will marry me? Who?
I'm sure there's loads of people out there,
I
Nidhi.
mean,
Don't
there
worry
are
about
lots of
that.
people. I mean, yeah, but like realistically, because I want to get
Uh-huh.
married, I want to.
Yeah.
Like, I'm turning 26 and I want to have a wedding with.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, okay. Coming to the topic of like this being a celebration for International Music Day, I really want to know more about like what kind of music you listen to because like it's very obvious and evident that Bollywood is your thing. But
Yes.
is there any other genres of music that you listen to other than Bollywood?
So Bollywood is my favorite.
Yeah.
But I love so I love English. Like I love listening to English songs, but I listen to
Mm-hmm.
all commercial R&B English music. Like I love R&B. R&B is my jam.
Oh,
And
same.
I love all commercial English music. Like commercial, because
As
commercial
in
music is the
pop?
one that gets popularized. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. It
Okay.
gets popularized, and I love them because I love dancing to it.
Yeah.
So I feel like all commercial music, I don't listen to like. So I mean, I listen to, and like if there's like a certain genre that I really listen to, like I love Lady Antebellum. They're my favorite band.
Okay.
Um, so stuff like that. Yeah. So I love it. I love like pop, R&B. They're like my kind. Like I love it.
Okay. Yeah. That's amazing. So
Yeah.
we are reaching the end of this interview, and I'm so sad that we're already
I know.
here. But
I have so much
before
fun.
we go,
Yes.
I want you to teach me a dance step. So go ahead.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay. Um, okay. So wait, I
Uh,
need to think about this.
okay.
A
Okay.
dance
Okay. No
step.
problem.
Okay, so
Take your time.
I think we'll do something like sitting.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure.
so
Sure.
it's
Yeah.
easier.
Mhm.
So okay, you know what? Let's do like a TikTok. Let's do like a TikTok dance.
Yes. Let's do it. Okay.
So
Okay.
something very simple. So we just go
Okay.
bounce and out.
Okay.
1 and
One.
2,
Okay.
3, and a
Yeah.
clap.
Okay.
So how will it go? 5, 6, slowly. 5, 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. Oh yeah,
Okay.
you got it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Okay.
Now on
Ready? Yeah.
tempo. On tempo.
Okay.
And a 5, 6, 7, 8. Da, 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 da. Woo!
That was amazing. Thank you so much for coming here, Nidhi, and sharing all of your stories with us, all of your
Thank
wonderful thoughts. It's really been an honor to have you here. And
you.
like SP Jain and Amchi, we're so glad to have you on board on this amazing More Than Music masterclass, where Nidhi Kumar has told us how we all can dance our way to the top, just like she has. So
100%.
thank you so much for this. This is the last and final More Than Music masterclass that we had for today. So thank you all for joining us. Everyone that watched, thank you so much, Nidhi fam. And
Thank
like,
you.
yes,
Thank you.
thank you
I
so
really want
much.
to say thank you to SPJ and Amchi, Meghna Ma'am, Chinmay, Amara, Tanishka, all of y'all here for having me. I had such an amazing time. Like the interview, everything was so much fun. Of course, Nidhi's time for joining. Meghna Ma'am, I love you. And More Than Music, Amchi, you guys are killing it. So please keep coming back with it every year.
Yes, thank you so much. Once again, thank you. Thank you. You've been
Bye.
lovely.
Bye.
Bye.